the way he streams DF, but how many hours have I put into DF? Well, it's not like DF counts, but according to Twitch statistics, which probably isn't correct because I babble, about 3,500 hours. And because ASCII scares people. ASCII and the atrocious UI scares people. But also, to answer your question from earlier, Tapioca, we're in the year 114, which means we're 109 years old. "109 years in the absolute realm." The scary list of hotkeys. Oh, so scary. What were we doing? We're making clothing and lye to make some more soap. Jack Nick, hello. We just started. Menus. Text. Oh God, reading. The horror. You can't wait for the Steam version? I also can't wait for the Steam version. It's like reading The Matrix. I mean, it's like learning any piece of kind of tricky to use software. It's just satisfying when you can like fly through the keystrokes to just make everything happen. So right now we're working on clothing, which means we have dwarves running to these looms from these farmers' workshops to take pigtail thread and cotton thread to make cloth right there. And then they're spinning that cloth into clothing. For some reason, F1 isn't working, so I will just simply hold down Shift and fly up here. Up on the surface, we have this big sheep's spot right here, filled with sheep. We're also making sheep's wool. We also have that big ol' spot of alpacas. Up here, I have one lonely unicorn, the stray female unicorn. Maybe one day in the far, far future, we'll check in with dwarves in a second, Jackner. In the far, far future, the elves will bring us a mating pair, and then we can have baby unicorns, or punicorns, as we've been deciding that they're called. Up at the top, the tower is still filled with bees and still producing much honey and wax for wax crafts and honey for mead occasionally. The actual fortress itself is still a big old hole in the ground. The creek is frozen because we are in the early winter. The outer wall is very, very tall, and the actual fortress itself is, well, still filled with pigs right there. The pigs are the main source of food for the fortress. I see a dwarf running along the roof because that's more convenient than taking the underground pathways. We've made a whole bunch of weapons for trading because I wanted to exercise my weaponsmiths. The military is getting a training session. By that, I mean the wrestlers are training. Down beneath, we have our junk pile that's just full of all of the stuff. And, of course, the many, many silver and lead bars that we have. Down here, the terracotta army grows, and we're going to be making some more lead statues in the future. The statues of history line still grows as well as all of the various tombs and coffins we've had to dig over the years. The nice little maze has gotten bigger. We have a new toy in the maze. Two new toys, in fact. We have a captured... Currently, we have a Minotaur, a Giantess, and two Ettins, and another Giantess, and a Forgotten Beast. We'll talk about the Forgotten Beast in a second. Down here, we have one of two mushroom farms. There's a whole bunch of mushrooms right there. The actual cavern layer down here is all the way down here. And I do have a route to let Forgotten Beasts into the fort if we decide to bring Forgotten Beasts into the fort up that tiny little staircase right next to the bigger set of ramps. The tiny staircase goes into the maze, at which point it's very easy for me to trap Forgotten Beasts in what is going to be a selection of these long tunnels with bridges. The actual Forgotten Beast itself is kind of terrifying. It's an enormous quadruped composed of clear glass with wings, and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its webs. Yeah, we ain't fighting that fucking thing. But it would only really take one good kick to the head for it to just kind of go and turn into a bajillion little glass shards. But I have it completely sealed off in there, and it lives there now. I might try and make it into a farm. I haven't decided what to do with it yet, but regardless, we have it caught, so that part's cool. As far as how are particular dwarves doing, well, let's check. The living dwarves are currently Apostle, Aegis, Slipple, Trash Battery, Axon II, Swoos, Nervicious, King, Sathatos, Black Hole, Mad Hijinks, Ara, Vinsati, Anandar. A couple dwarves have died, by the way. Novi, Cryo, Brander Buddy, Lord Floof, Belug, Pedinsky II, Focal Fury, Pablo, Celowick, Polking, Trumpet Dog, Picture Point, Petra, Zalaro, Jack Nurek, which you asked how you were doing. Blissful after sleeping in a good bedroom, and your best under pressure. Very interested after learning about striking, and you felt gratitude remembering being rescued. Very happy dwarf. As we scroll down, Trumpet, or Scrumpet, not Trumpet. Hot Cup of Tea, Eternal, Gate Nerd, Vuzel Vuzel, Sparkly 4K, Guy Omnivore, who I saw get banned in... I think I just peeked my microphone. Who I saw get banned over in Man vs. Games chat last night, so pour one out. Or at the very least, timed out. Zapdos, Gimper, Sweet Sparkle Forts, Cheers Jamie, Dragon Man, Suey, Wave Thrash, Chimp, Kibbs II, Metsus, and Patolis II. Did you ever throw captured goblins and kobolds inside the maze? I've never managed to capture a kobold, and haven't had enough goblins show up to be able to throw them into the maze. Because we're not at war with anybody, so we don't get invaded. It's definitely a labyrinth. Yeah, we only get mega beasts because we don't have enough dwarves to actually get properly invaded. We, in theory, could get ambushed or sieged, but we're not at war with the elves or the humans, so they can't do that, and the goblins won't invade unless you have 80 dwarves, and we only have 48 right now, with a maximum capacity of 51. So, yeah. And Kibbs II, if you'd like to check in. Also, Kibbs, I hope you're doing well. Rather enjoyed. You're just generally pretty happy, although you do feel uneasy upon seeing Spitalier die. Spitalier, unfortunately, was killed because I committed a crime as the streamer. I accidentally sold items I shouldn't have. Speaking of, my mayor demands breastplates. I think it was just one. Yes, just one. Hey, getting back to work. You're getting purpose back in life. Oh God, going back to work. That's still a pandemic going on. So no, I can understand that. Also, welcome to the stream, Carnage Mantis. It is truly satisfying in Dwarf Fortress to do the little things like building a door. Building a door is like the most satisfying thing you do when you do it for the first time. You're like, oh my God, I constructed a door and I built the door. The only problem that I have right now is I have truly way too much animals. Let's just like scroll down them right now. Like, look at all this shit. I have far too many animals. I'm gonna slaughter those 2 emus. And we're gonna eat some lamb, I think. I mean, it just means life gets to get back in order, right? You forgot your dwarf had a pet duckling? Yes, I remember mentioning that. This isn't ominous at all, but I'm going to put a butcher's workshop in each of these and a tanner's workshop in each of these. Cheers, Jack and Rick. This fortress is pretty legendary. This fortress is only 10% done. Hello, audio. Yo, thanks for the recommendation on the Zoom 44. Like, I don't know the right cables to make it do the record stuff, but it's definitely more powerful than the amplifier in my old, well, not old, but other mixer, I guess. It's significantly more punchy on the audio, which is nice. Let's just watch Anander the Second go about his work. Should probably shut the military off pretty soon. Got troglodytes running around in the basement. It's not okay. I think dwarf movement in general is satisfying. This is like watching a dwarven anthill. This fortress. It's like you just we're just kind of chilling and letting them do their thing. And I got tons of wood right now, so I'm gonna charcoal 200. Let's make a bunch of charcoal. Let's turn all of the military off and actually get some of this work done. Because I had them working for quite a while. Training for quite a while. Yep, it did. And it showed up in 24 hours. Which was nice. Giant cave toad and a troglodyte is fighting. Good thing the basement is totally locked off. All the dwarves go get back to work. Novi, do you actually have any jobs that are useful? You're one of the recent additions. Yes, you do. Plenty of jobs that are useful. Good stuff. BRB? Alrighty. Go get whatever's at the door. You know, audio, after doing a bunch of shopping for audio gear yesterday. Ooh, Polking has named a steel spear. Curious, what did you name? What does the name mean, and did it actually kill anything? If I can scroll through. Oh, that's your shield. Soldier of Blockades is the name of your shield, but that's your spear. This killed 2 Kias. An exceptional spear. Notch struck. Yeah, no, totally. Well, it's not that I need more inputs. No, while shopping for audio gear 2 days on Monday, I very quickly realized that I really want a Euro rack. Like, really badly. Like, I ended up staring at a lot of that kind of stuff yesterday. The M2 hard drive? Ooh, 3 weeks ago. Oh, good lord. Did you already get a refund on it? Because that's a winning situation, if you ask me. Did someone say Eurorack? I said Eurorack, yeah. I want a Eurorack so badly. Takes up half of your Tindy wish list. My dream wish list. Basically, I've been watching. Is that the right link? I think so. Yeah, I've been watching too many of Wave Depletions videos, who you may know is one of the people from this Twitch chat. Can you trade bone items, assuming they don't have any wood on them? What the fuck is stinking up this room? Rotten kangaroo meat. Gross. Hey, Thugless. That tape arrived, by the way. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do with my stream when I lose my eyes, right? And I've kind of wanted to incorporate more music stuff into this stream. I feel like just getting a big ass modular synth and streaming that shit would be way too much fun, but God, I do not have the money for that. You guys want to watch a battle between a bunch of troglodytes and a giant cave toad? Let's follow the toad while they beat it. Look at them. All those little T's, those weird pink troglodytes. No, I never did. I sent him a second email too, so I don't know. I'd probably be fine, but haven't streamed it yet. A mushroom to a modular synth. No, but I'm listening. What's wrong with my eyes? I have coloboma of the retina and the iris in both eyes. It's a birth defect. I also have rapid degeneration in both my eyes, which means I will be blind sometime in the next 15-ish years, give or take. My right eye don't work at all. My left eye I see out of a small tube. So it's the equivalent of taking a toilet paper tube, putting it over your left eye, and then closing your other eye. That's about what I see. But also keep in mind that I have floating blind spots. So occasionally portions of my vision that I do have will become completely obscured, which means there will be times where I will be reading and then suddenly have to like stop and like stare and refocus because my eyes just decided to not for a minute. I'm also a type 1 diabetic, and blood sugar getting fucked up can exacerbate the issues of eyes not working. So I am a video game streamer whose eyes are just slowly degrading over time, which is fun. So that's why I play a lot of slow turn-based games, traditional roguelikes games that I can pause, ASCII games that are easier to follow than modern games with flashy graphics. Every now and again, you'll catch me playing a game that's modern with flashy graphics. Oh, hey, look, we found your duckling, Jack Nurek. It's your duckling. I think that's yours. Yeah. Uvesh Odomborek, the duckling. Is that you? Yeah, there you are. It's following you. Look at that. Can't wait until it grows into a fully grown duck. We should make you and your duckling a tomb. I wonder what your we're content after eating a pretty decent meal. I wonder what that meal was. What do you prefer to eat? Well, you hate fire snakes. Good thing you'll never see that. Prefer to consume steelhead trout. We must have imported rhubarbs and beetroot wine. Oh, probably rhubarb then, because I know for a fact we're growing rhubarb. Depth perception? What's that? I don't know what depth perception is. One of the weirdest moments of my life was when I realized that I have no depth perception and that other people do. And my older sister like described what depth perception was like. She's like, it's like if you hold up your hand and you cover something, you can see around your hand. I'm like, no, you can't. What are you talking about? I can't see around my hand. It's a big fucking hand in the way of everything. .3D vision aren't that bad. Yeah, I mean, 3D movies are strange to me. I don't understand the appeal. Or you can transfer Windows over for faster loads. You should. I would always recommend putting Windows on your fastest drive and then installing select games on it, because you'll get fastest performance if Windows is running on that drive. So put Windows on that drive and put games that you want to, or programs or software that you need to load the fastest on that drive. How big is the M2 drive, if I can ask? It makes you nauseous. I believe it. It's a 1 terabyte. Yeah, just throw Windows on that shit. I'm currently running off of a 1 terabyte M2. Windows is on that, and then games that I need or software that I need to load fast is on that. and random files like big video files and shit I put on my 2 terabyte hard drive. I should really just like take the 256 gigabyte SSD out of my other PC, wipe it, and then just chuck it in this computer. Can I explain what the game even is? I have a set of tutorials on my YouTube channel and one of the videos is explaining what the game even is, but it's a world simulation where you witness dwarves existing within the world. The dwarves are represented by these little creatures. Each dwarf has a very long list of likes, dislikes, their mental state, as well as their life experiences and things they've seen, their relationships and family, the gods that they worship, everything they've killed, their current health, and their life history. They change in personality as they grow, and this isn't just represented by them running around. It's how they interact with other creatures within the world, whether or not they'll get into fights with certain creatures, whether or not they will be pleasant around other creatures, who they will become friends with. Dwarf Fortress keeps track of way too many things. Most games would have like an HP system. If dwarves get into a fight, they don't have an HP system. The game keeps track of skin, muscles, tendons, internal organs, blood, fat. Did I say muscles? Probably muscles. Teeth, eyelids, hair, all that stuff. And so all that stuff is tracked during fights. So if I go into a recent combat log up here, you can actually see every single individual piece of them colliding with other things. Like a Spearmaster strikes at the Swordmaster, but the shot is blocked with a shield. The Swordmaster strikes the Spearmaster in the right pummel with his sword, lightly tapping the target because they're just training. They're not trying to kill each other. I mean, they're only trying to kill themselves in the weirdest possible ways possible if you're bad at the game, so. They're living their lives happily if you're good at the game. Yeah, I'm working on a little video, which I started last night, but I decided I was too tired to be creative, which is going to be talking about, like, ASCII versus sprites. I do think the new art's really nice, but they released a screenshot of a very, 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 very small goblin who's naked with 2 crutches, and I fear that it's going to be almost impossible to, like, visualize that for most people. Oh, we've got a depressed dwarf. Right, yeah, Patolus is very upset. Patolus watched his mother die in front of him. And it's fucked his brain up. This poor child. It's gonna take a while for this child to actually, like, come to, but I was out in a blizzard that makes me grouchy. I felt satisfied yelling upon somebody in charge, but most of his remembering thoughts are positive. So felt gratitude remembering being rescued, enjoyment remembering playing with a toy axe. I think that's actually an artifact toy axe. But yeah, Cryo's still alive, his father. But his mother is dead. How's Cryo doing? Shocked reliving the unexpected death of somebody. Yeah. His father's still alive, so that's good, but... yeah, I hope that helps, Mad Monkey. Can I try to make some masterwork toys? We already have plenty. Yeah, we have quite a few. We have like 50 or so toys in the fort that are very, very, very nice. Do I use Dwarf Therapist? Nope. I am playing completely vanilla. I'm not using DF Hack or DF Therapist. That's the wrong button. This is the right button. As you can see on my desktop, I don't have any assists or anything running in the background. It's just the game. I mean, technically I use the tile set, so that's technically an add-on, but grabbing some more coffee, I should do the same. I'm actually going to go pour a little bit of milk in my coffee, well, a little bit of almond milk in my coffee to get a little bit more carbs in me because my blood sugar's been lowish today, so I'll be back in a mo. You get used to it. Touch shriek. Not a lot, but it does. Just a tiny little bit. It's like 1 carb per cup or something. It's a... Well, Danny, let me ask you a question. What's the most complicated game you've ever learned? Whoopsies. That's the button I'm looking for. I've redone all my keyboard layouts, so all my buttons are in different places, so if I hit wrong buttons, my B. Here's the thing, like, you don't even need to watch tutorials for Dwarf Fortress. Like, if you can read a book, you can learn how to play Dwarf Fortress. And the reason I say that is because DF is, well, it's an ASCII game, right? So it's a lot of text. It's a lot of reading. But the actual act of learning Dwarf Fortress is about as complicated as reading the Getting Started guide on the wiki and then asking people for questions. Hey, Yurvesh, your duck has grown into a duck. It's no longer a duckling. Jack Narek, your pet duck has grown up. But yeah, if you can read a wiki, you can learn to play DF. The problem is people look at Dwarf Fortress chess. You know, that is a very hard game. Chess is really difficult. The thing that I tell people when they try to learn Dwarf Fortress is they look at it and they go, oh no, the learning curve is so complicated. Also, we have this stray eagle that flies around the fort, which is kind of neat. That's not an elf, it's an eagle. When people talk about learning Dwarf Fortress, I always just try and remind people this. It's not like learning any other video game. Most video games will hold your hand and walk you through a tutorial and explain every single facet of the game. Most video games also operate under very similar rule sets from one another. So every single game is going to have the exact same control scheme. Every game is, that book needs to be updated. It's too out of date these days. I wouldn't actually recommend reading that book these days. The wiki will get you further, unless you want it as like just the novelty of having that book, but it's way too outdated these days. Like, mental states wasn't even in the game back then. Stress was completely different. Anyway, learning Dwarf Fortress isn't like learning any other video game. It's like learning D&D. It's like learning a very complicated board game. It's like learning Twilight Struggle, or trying to think of another like board game with 1 billion pieces that makes no sense if you just look at it. It's like learning a complicated board game. You have to sit down and spend a day reading the instructions. It's like trying to, the spring has arrived, which means people can die of old age. We had 2 dwarves die of old age last spring, so see how this goes. But yeah, anyway, it's like learning a complicated board game. It requires sitting down and learning the board game. Does that make it necessarily a steep learning curve? No, not really. Ooh. Dragon Man has been making masterpiece bone bracelets. I didn't know you were bone carver. Yeah, it doesn't look like we've lost any dwarves, and the annual tribute from Bastija Smock has arrived. Welcome, humans. Are you carrying a crutch? It was very confusing at first. Yeah. Tip for old age, they'll only die on the 1st of spring. So if you have a dwarf randomly keel over, check the date. If it's the 1st of spring, 1st of granite, in this case, the year 115, we're now 110 years into this fortress. It's old age. Also, I accidentally slaughtered my unicorn. Whoops. I'd had it for a couple of years anyway. I was probably going to die of old age soon. All right, humans, what did you bring me? 1 chestnut crutch, copper toy boat, an ibex leather skirt, copper 2-handed sword, guineafowl leather backpack, and a kilonite innie. Whoops, indeed. RSG, what up, my dude? Those things, good to see you. Miss you, we need to hang out again. Once this pandemic shit's over, we need to find a convention we can both go to, or something. Or maybe when I do my travel around the world trek, I'll have to swing by your neck of the woods. Because I do actually want to do that still. I want to go down to Seattle, spend a little bit of time with some friends in Seattle, go down to California, spend some time with friends in California, go over to Texas, spend some time there, and then go down to Florida, and then come back up via, like, Quebec and visit my little sister. Once this pandemic shit's over. but there we go. But you know, I describe learning DF like learning a board game, and the reason I describe it like that is because Dwarf Fortress it's not a first-person shooter, you know? It's not a game that you're gonna learn immediately just by looking at it. You have to learn what the pieces do and what the pieces mean, and that requires a little bit of time and effort and investment. A lot of people don't have the time to learn Dwarf Fortress, and that is respectable. You know, if you want to play a game that respects your time more than Dwarf Fortress, by all means, that's totally fine. But, you know, a lot of those same people who say that they have no time to play Dwarf Fortress then go play Destiny for 72 hours with their friends over the next 17 days. I don't know why I used 70 so many times in that sentence, but, you know, people put time into the games that they want to put time into and enjoy it. I play Adventure Mode. The problem with Adventure Mode is it's very hard to describe why Adventure Mode is cool. I've been playing Adventure Mode off-stream quite a bit. The issue with Adventure Mode is it has very little in the way of goals. Dwarf Fortress itself doesn't have a lot in the way of goals, but Adventure Mode has more in the way of goals. Oh, also, something just popped into my brain. The reason my almond milk has carbs, Peter, is because it's vanilla. That's why. It has some flavoring in it, which is why it has some carbs. Regular almond milk wouldn't have any. You're finally done with COVID. You get to go back to work tomorrow. You can smell a taste again, but fuck, it is so nerfed. Oh, that sucks, man. Yeah, I don't envy anybody who's had to go through that. My aunt and uncle got it, and they fortunately had very mild symptoms. So it wasn't anything major, but still scary. A 4-week lockdown. My whole province has been in a province-wide lockdown since November 7th. I am not allowed to go over to friends' houses. I'm not allowed to see friends. I'm not allowed to speak to friends. I'm not allowed to meet with friends in public. I'm not allowed to walk with friends in public, or risk a fine of up to $1,000. I am only allowed to, as a single person who lives alone, meet with one other person in one other household, which by de facto is my parents because I see them every Sunday. You had to get tested due to your grandfather getting a false positive? Youth. Spooky. How you doing, Graniteer? It's good to see you. But, yeah, no, DF Adventure Mode is very much like an open world survival sandbox. British Columbia. I'm in the greater Vancouver area. And we're in lockdown again, I think, until... because they just extended it. It was supposed to be up on the 7th, but they just extended it into the new year. I don't know what the day is. There's actually quite a few people who watch me from my province, which is always kind of funny. Dear elves, please bring me unicorns. I would like unicorns. Unicorns, please. Please bring me unicorns. So I've been very careful to not piss off the elves, so I'm kind of exclusively selling them food. Prepared food and meals. Just to, like, be very careful to not... That's a barrel. Sell them anything that's wood. Because Forgotten beast meat. 225 forgotten beast meat. I forgot that we made that. Well, sure, we'll sell them 225 forgotten beast meat. Because we did kill a forgotten beast. We have its skull. Unicorn sweetbread, unicorn liver, unicorn intestines, unicorn heart. I'm sure that they will love that. Trade your dead unicorn for living unicorn. Insert stale, trife, anti-joke, elf joke here, and then I will respond with, "That's mighty racist of you," and then move on with my day. Last unicorn tasted delicious. Forgotten Beast mystery meat. You don't know what it's made out of. Also, music shout out for a second here because Ben Prunty has got a big ol' soundtrack sale on a lot of his music. Specifically on Color Sky, Dark Side Detective, the FTL soundtrack, and Fragments, and Into the Breach, which are soundtracks I listen to on the stream all the time. Just gonna shout that out because Ben Prunty's music's amazing and you should support him. Or horizontally, you typically build on many different levels. I think building the majority of the fortress on one level is great for people who watch, but I often end up building a kind of a combination of the two. Depends on the fort. This particular fort is a giant hole in the ground, like quite literally. It's just one big ol' open pit. I don't think that there's any right or wrong way to build. I also have those little animal enclosures outside there, which I think are very fun. Big dick investments only. I mean, sometimes you got to invest the big numbers, right? Oh, dude, spam me with questions. Spam me with questions. Like, this stream, because we're playing in Longdeath, is primarily just a lot of... what's the word? Conversations? Because this fortress is just going to be here for a really, really, really long time. We're trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years, right? This is my 42nd stream of this fortress. This fortress has been running for 4 months now, and we're 10.5% done. So, ask away. I got nothing else to do, frankly. Also, I can give you live demonstrations, and if it's a question I haven't had before, then I will clip it, make a video of it, and put it in my DF for Beginners playlist on YouTube. How big is my population? What is my frame rate looking at right now? About 50 frames per second, pretty solid. I turned the FPS counter on briefly off stream just to check. 10.5%, I'll have you know. We're going for the world record of longest fortress ever. We're about a quarter of the way to beating the most heavily documented fort, which is Arch Crystal, who actually, the creator of it, has a dwarf in this fortress and subscribes to this stream. If I can find him. Where are you, Seth? Where are you at? If I can find him. I have a hard time there you are. Stonecrafter, who's also a legendary gem cutter, who is our only gem cutter in the fort. That's a lot of miasma. That's not good. And shoutouts to Mad Monkey for cheering 1 bit for every year that this fort's going to be alive. This fortress might be done before the Steam version comes out. We should trade. But yeah, my population is 48. We're capped at 51, which is just enough so that we can get Mega Beasts. And that's how I have Ettins, 2 Ettins, a Minotaur, 2 Giants, and a Forgotten Beast in the basement. Did I dig the pit? I dug the pit. It took me 10 years in-game. I think it was like 7 streams or something it took me to dig the actual pit. It took us another 30 in-game years to actually get rid of all of the... It took us another 30 in-game years to get rid of all of the... I brought us a wolf. I'm totally taking a fucking wolf. That's an awesome thing to have running around. It took us another 30 in-game years to get rid of all of the stones from the actual basement. I'm going to take the tame dingo and the tame wolf. Did it bring any other fun animals? No, just the dingo and the wolf. Okay. By the way, if you hit F12, it'll shut off whatever your custom font is and go back to the default. Makes reading some menus easier if you have a weird font like I do. Am I going to play the Steam version? I'd be stupid not to. Frankly, I would be bloody stupid not to. Yes, I prefer ASCII over sprites. but I'm a content creator on the internet who makes a living off of views and people who watch my streams, so I will do the thing that gets me the most views. Even though I prefer ASCII, and probably will eventually switch back to just using this tile set or some Steam version compatible multi-tile customized version of this tile set with the Steam UI. But I'm very excited for an official. I'm very excited for a official soundtrack. That's the thing I'm the most excited for. Also, if you want to hear me talk to Tarn about all that stuff, there's 2 interviews with Tarn on my YouTube channel. I'm going to try and get another interview with him probably in February. I'm thinking like every 3 to 4 months we'll try and have him on, because he's very much just like a, yeah, like that, I'm free after 3 p.m. kind of deal. So, gotta sleep. We'll see you later, cutest. You have a good night. Hopefully I don't see you pop in 30 minutes and be like, can't sleep. Yeah, I don't want to abuse his time so much, but I've more or less like agreed with him that we can have a mod once a season. Tarn deserves the $10 bajillion. You know, it's another thing that deserves your money that I'm also very excited for. Well, that Forgotten Beast for one thing, but you know what's getting an early access release in 2 months? Fucking Ultimate ADOM. Mark the date, chat. The 11th of February, 2021. Ultimate ADOM comes out on Steam. I put a lot of time into the original ADOM, and we're gonna need to play the fuck out of this. God, I hope it's good. God, I hope it's good. God, I hope it does well. Also, the Forgotten Beast, Ruvalda Revolthalu, Tholomatho Edimi has come. A giant humanoid composed of green glass. It has a long straight tail and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly dust. What is it with glass? Is ADOM a roguelike? ADOM is one of the best roguelikes of all time. It's free. You can just go get it from their website. Just go Google ADOM, Ancient Domains of Mystery. It is utterly beautiful. One of the greatest, most legendary roguelikes of all time. Also has a version on Steam, which has an expansion pack, but it's like a 50-hour game without the expansion pack, so keep that in mind. Also, that game is on... I remember reading an article, reading a forum thread stating, statistically, the average player takes about 11 years to beat ADOM the first time, and that's playing the game multiple days a week, multiple hours a week, every day for 11 years without a guide. That's how statistically hard it is to beat that game. Take that, Dark Souls. But with a guide, you can do it in 60 hours. And a little bit of saves coming. Don't ever, TLDR, don't ever stand on an altar. But we will be streaming the hell out of Ultimate ADOM. Looking forward to that. Very much looking forward to that. Yeah, it's ADOM is one of the biggins. Actually, I'm curious, Corvius. What would you consider the big three? Because off the top of my head, Gen 3 of roguelikes, the big three would be Stone Soup, Tome, and ADOM. Or Stone Soup, Tome might be Gen 4. Stone Soup, ADOM, and... I'm trying to think what the third one would be. CDDA is very modern. CDDA is like current gen. Like current gen big three, or maybe like big five for me for roguelikes are Cogmind, Caves of Cud, CDDA. Yeah, probably Cogmind, Caves of Cud, CDDA are like the big three right now for roguelikes. But Adon, Moria, and Hack. I wouldn't put Brogue into the current big three. Did I ever play Ivan? I haven't played Ivan. I've had Ivan on my list. See, here's the problem of being a streamer who's into roguelikes, right? I'm still human and only have so many hours in the day and only have so many brain cells. I can only play so many games, right? And all of the games I play are all super deep and can be played basically endlessly for basically forever. So it's like, how do I manage my time? But we have this Forgotten Beast. So this Forgotten Beast doesn't have a route into the fortress. We are perfectly safe from this creature. Is this creature worth capturing? It has Deadly Dust. I could very easily set up another trap for it, just like the other one. I mean, Brogue has been on my current played heavily list for a while. I've been playing a lot of Brogue. Do you like to get fucked up? Isn't that like all rock stars though? Am I maintaining a military in this fort? I have 4 squads, 2 squads of spear masters, and 2 squads of wrestlers. The wrestlers don't actually do any fighting. They exist purely to train for fun because they like the idea of martial arts, but aren't very brave or and have none of the traits for military. Yeah, I would like to try and catch this Forgotten Beast for the collection. Let's see how quickly it moves. There it goes. It's the green capital H you see running around because it's a tall glass humanoid. Beware its deadly dust. But before I can do that, we have to jump up to the surface. And I have to place some cages. Apparently I have a cat in a cage. I don't know if it's dead or not, but I do have a cat in a cage. All right, where did that there wolf go? Did I not just buy a wolf? Yes, I did buy a wolf. I bought a wolf and a dingo. Oh, there they are. Apparently I also have a chinchilla. There's the dingo. I mean, here's the thing, you know, there very much is the rockstar lifestyle of live fast and die young, but it's not fucking worth it. You know, it's like something that I've learned as being an adult. When you're a child, you kind of have this weird, like, romantic vision of, like, the, like, evening drunk. Like, the guy that's just outside drinking and let's remove that dingo from the cage. Remove that wolf from the cage, and remove that cat from the cage. Although that cat might be dead. No, it's not dead. I'm actually kind of impressed. There we go. We now have a stray dingo running around, and a wolf and a cat. I'm going to pop into here. I'm going to make that dingo available as a pet. I'm going to make that wolf available as a pet. I'm also going to make one of the lambs available as a pet. I'd like to see somebody grab those as pets. Now that we've officially traded with the elves. Also, by the way, strawberry wine is a specialty of this fortress. We have way too much strawberry wine to ever properly drink. But anyway, where was I going with this? Right. I need to make a This is something I should have done a long time ago. Need to make a chimney. This is indeed your fault. Let's make 10 iron grates. Let's make 20 ash. And a migrant has arrived. A single individual migrant. 84 years old, born on the 6th of Hematite in the year 31. Worships the fuchsia. Most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with persuasion and speech. All right, does anybody not have a dwarf in this fortress who would like to join this fortress? Keep in mind, this fortress is going to be alive for 1,000 years, which means your dwarf probably will not die a horrible, bloody, violent death. Blind must be on. Blind is on. Blind had to buy new audio gear and is now broke because Blind had to buy new audio gear. Considering Blind also just bought a new chair, it came at a bad fucking time. Also, Blind has to pay for a bunch of medical stuff as well as paying for paperwork. It's been a shitty month for Blind, but Blind is back. I was only gone for 2 days. How you doing, Spitalier? It's good to see you. And hi, Quatch. How's things? Smash T. Hi. How's things? Hello, hello. But 159 to 179 is average dwarf lifespan. I've seen them go above 170 stone. But yeah, it's 150 to 179 years, basically, is average lifespan, but that can vary. So, if you would like a dwarf in this fort, if you do not currently have a dwarf in this fort, I will read off all the currently named dwarves. Petra, Eternal, Apostle, Jack Nurick, Gate Nerd, Aegis, Scrumpet, Slipple, Voozle, Sparkly, Trash Battery, Zapdos, Axon, Swoos, Celoic, Trumpet Dog, Nervicious, King, Sathados, Guy, Omnivore, Black Hole, Mad Hijinks, Ara, Picture Point, Sweet Spark Farts, Focal Fury, Vinsati, Anander, Pablo, Dragonman, Sui, Wave Thrash, Gimper, Novi, Padinsky, Zaloro, Cryo, Brander Buddy, Lord Floof, Hot Cup of Tea, Cheers, Jamie, Polking, Belug, Chimp, Kibbs, Metsus, and Patolus. If you do not hear your name, pick a number between 1 and 100. And I will go with whoever gets closest to the number I'm thinking of. Is it possible for me to get vampire dwarves? Yes, it's perfectly possible. But they're very easy to spot, fortunately. Yep, there's a limit. You will reach the core of the earth, just like in real life. Generally, this map, I think, is 160 layers. Hold on, I can actually check. 64. 164 layers I can dig down. And vertically, it's based on your elevation, right? So if you're on a mountain, you can dig way further down, but you also won't be able to dig. You won't be able to build as high up. What happened to Coldfire? She passed away. Yep. Coldfire passed away a little while ago of old age, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to go back in the VOD, but... But yeah, just like Minecraft or any other game with levels, you can hit the bottom. So the number I was thinking of was 32, which means mathematically Smash T gets it, unless I'm doing math badly. So, all I gotta say is welcome to the fortress. I mean, it's been a minute since Coldfire passed away, unfortunately, Coldfire. So I'd have to go dig to figure out how they died. She feels satisfied at work. Within the last season, she was interested near a very fine, tastefully arranged statue. She's a dubious worshipper of the fuchsia. She's a citizen of the United Creation and a member of the Eternal Adventure of Time. She arrived at Rumkesh in the 15th of Slate in the year 115. 84 years old, born on the 6th of Hematite in the year 31. Her cobalt eyes have large irises, and her small-lobed ears are flattened. Her very long hair is neatly combed, and her sandy-taupe skin is lightly wrinkled. Her hair is ecru with a touch of gray. She is clumsy and very slow to heal. Smashed tea like stoneware, brass, rhodolite, the color red, beds, and ballista parts, and alpacas for their wool. And the sight of the aquamarine of quincence. And she prefers to consume large rat, moghopper, and sweet potato wine, and absolutely hates slugs. She has a very good sense of empathy and a good intellect, and a meager creativity and an eager where was I reading? And a meager creativity and an iffy memory and a shortage of patience, a questionable spatial sense, and little natural inclination towards music. She personally feels those who attempt to conceal their emotions are vain and foolish, and dreams of mastering a skill. She is often sad and dejected, and often acts with compassion. She has a calm demeanor and can handle stress. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is fearful in the face of imminent danger. Doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. She's focused with met needs, unfettered after staying occupied. You're dead, Spitalier. So, I made a mistake and sold a breastplate. We just received a new mayor. Breastplates being exported was illegal. The mayor sentenced many dwarves to time in prison. Your dwarf was sentenced to 52 days in a beating. Your head was caved in through your brain and crushed your skull. Your most recent child witnessed the death, and we've been very sad ever since. I'm giving you siege engineering and siege operating because you like ballistas. I'm also giving you all of the healthcare because you have empathy. How old is Vin now? First off, I'm just going to check in with Kivs II, which is the final child of Spitalier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 children you had, Spitalier. And your husband is still alive. He's a scholar. He's still a little bit shocked, reliving the unexpected death of somebody, which is very sad. But for whatever it's worth, we did give you a coffin. So even though your upper body is gone, the last thing you felt is afraid after experiencing trauma. Oh, that's horrible. Doesn't feel anything after being beaten. It feels afraid after experiencing trauma. It's weird that you can look at their last thoughts before they died. And since the game is so detailed, do you need columns and walls to keep the upper levels from collapsing? So the game currently is kind of like Minecraft, where a single block can keep everything stabilized. Previously, structural integrity was a thing in the game. It still is a thing in the game. It's just currently disabled. The reason it's disabled is because it'll completely, totally, and utterly fuck your frame rate, make the game unplayable, because there's so much math going on of the game supporting itself. Also, there was a problem with caverns randomly caving in. So structural integrity is a thing in Dwarf Fortress. It's not currently functional in Dwarf Fortress. So she's a floating head? No, she's a decomposed body. Upper body is gone basically means that they're dead. Or they were punched into multiple pieces. I can't actually remember which coffin was yours, but it won't take too long to find it. There's Coldfire's coffin. Coldfire died of old age alongside of Eric Shadowblade, who was our manager for many years. Spitalier, there's your coffin. Mangled partial skeleton. Forgotten Beast is fighting with a helmet snake. The poor helmet snake. There's also Gorlax down here. I mean, the beautiful thing about this fortress is your children, I almost guarantee you, are going to dedicate artifacts to you. Euthyrus has had like 8 artifacts dedicated to him because he had so many kids. So because Euthyrus and Eurypterus had like 4 kids together, I've had multiple dwarves make artifacts and dedicate them to Euthyrus with like images of Euthyrus on the artifacts, which is so cool. Who did the beating? Good question. Who is my captain of the guard right now? King. Yes, King did the beating. King killed Spitalier, Mikael, Crocodile, Cappy, Stone, and Pink Fluffy. The 2 kills in 114, Mikael and Spitalier were part of the punishments from the thing. Life well lived? Yeah. Which is a little sad because a lot of all of King's friends are dead. It's okay though. If Cryo dies soon, then on the bright side, Kibbs II can grow up to become a Batman. Also, Kibbs II is no longer depressed. Ptolus is though. So that's good. One of the children came too. Wonder if people like him. He doesn't have a lot of friends. King was married, but King is a little bit too effective at his job. What did you think? I wouldn't keep it moving along? We're out of cloth. Or do you think I'd go nuts? What's the story with all the statues? I have 45 bajillion lead. What the fuck else am I going to do with lead? Aside from just make statues. So all of the lead statues in the basement are identical. These ones are all made out of clay. They're all earthenware statues. So they're made out of clay and then glazed. I made earthenware statues because the humans keep bringing me clay as gifts. There is no clay on this map, at least I don't think. At least we haven't been harvesting clay on this map. So I've taken all of the clay that the human brought us and we made a bunch of random statues. The ones in the basement are all made out of lead. They're all identical. He'll probably die every playstyle. How have you been enjoying that game, Spitalier? Also, did you ever get into Empire of Sin? Because I know that you're into those XCOM style games. Also, Phantom Doctrine is fucking great if you want another XCOM style game. So, who's ready for Twitch to explode in 4 hours? Yes, you can. So if I want to, say, make art, I can engrave stone, right? So if I hit D, I can hit E, and then I can go to engraving. I could also do this with a statue, by the way. Cyberpunk 2077 comes out. Well, I mean, every big streamer's... I mean, I could have gotten Key to play Cyberpunk 2077 early if I wanted to. But yeah, every big streamer is currently streaming Cyberpunk. But wait until everybody gets to play Cyberpunk. So I can make it related to a historical figure, related to a site, civilization, or other group, existing image, or specify a new image. Let's say I wanted to make a image of a duck. 1. And an image of Jack Nurek, the most recent one. And Jack Nurek is embracing the duck. And it's going to be called the Adoration of the The adoration of animals. There you go. Done. Because you're stupid? There's someone who watches this stream, who subscribed to this stream, literally named I'm stupid. So you're not stupid. You're Pero Vejo. If I said your name right. So then anyway, a duck ran over, or a dwarf ran over and engraved this wall. And so now is an engraved image, is a picture point. So picture point engraved it. Rendition of the adoration of animals, an image of a duck and Jack Nurek, the dwarf. Jack Nurek is embracing the duck, the image which was commissioned by the Eternal Adventure of Time, a local dwarven government. There you go. I can do that with statues, art pieces. I think you can do that with figurines too, although I've never actually done that. It's broken as fuck right now, just keep that in mind. I was watching shit pop in on Baru's stream this morning. Most, but you can tell a bit more shower time. Yeah, I mean, yeah, no. Phoenix Point released too early when it originally released. Very much too early. And I do that with my lead all the time. There we go. Yeah. So currently I've got dwarves making even more cloth. Also, how's the music, by the way? This is music that I've paid for the license for. I straight up bought the license for 17 hours of music. It's like 41 gigs of music. It's all like very generic kind of backgroundy shit, but I'm going to be listening to this during DF streams from now on. I should also go download all of the what's it called? Why am I blanking? SoundSense music and stick that in the playlist. And also when the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress soundtrack comes out, I'll stick that in the playlist. It's just supposed to be like background sounds. Like, that's all it really is. I, up until now, would always listen to DF soundtracks. Oh, are they going to dance? If they're going to dance, I can show the procedurally generated music to people. Don't get excited. It doesn't actually play the music. It's just a description of the music. But we also get a description of the dance. With Majal music. I mean, that's all that stuff is. Majal is just licensed... what's the word? It's just licensed free music, basically. Like, you can I could go license the Majal music if I wanted. Another game that I stream sometimes. I actually have a character alive right now, a halfling summoner. You have 3 dwarves chanting? That's kind of awesome. Oh, there's something happening. Oh, this dwarf's telling a story. Satharos is telling a story. In the early autumn of the year 20, the dwarf Astrobandros created a masterful mudstone ring in the eternal adventure of time at Longdeath. Beautiful story. They're talking about the crafts dwarf ship of our dwarves of old. Dwarves that have since passed away. It's a beautiful story. My mountain home is still at war with goblins. One day they will realize that combat such as that is folly. Got your buddy playing Jupiter Hell? Good shit. Jupiter Hell's on sale right now. Another fantastic little roguelike that you should go buy. It's on sale because of the Polish Games and Friends sale. So this is running in a web page because I just opened it from the link, but should go buy this game. This game's great. It's top-down, turn-based Doom. What's not to love? Should go give that game a shot. Because we will be playing that again whenever they put out another patch, which should be sometime in the next week or so, hopefully. Assuming they're on time. We should go start prepping another patch, or not patch, trap, for another Forgotten Beast. You don't understand the appeal of Cyberpunk? People really liked The Witcher. That's basically it. The Witcher 3 is one of the best like action adventure role-playing games made in like not ever, but in the last 15 years. At least it's one of the most successful action role-playing games made in the last 15 years. Which is basically the whole thing that's selling Cyberpunk. People also really like Cyberpunk settings, and so it's the next game from the studio that made one of the best-selling action adventure RPGs the past few years. Is that a maze I've built? Yes, I built this. It took a while. It's still under construction. We're still adding stuff onto it. You hated Witcher so bad? I mean, Cyberpunk was incredibly overhyped before Keanu Reeves. Keanu Reeves helped. But, like, that's just stunt casting. It's just like, you know, it's just like putting, what's his fucking face? Norman Reedus in Death Stranding. That doesn't really do much. Cyberpunk was big in the 90s. Yeah, it was big like D&D is, but yeah. I don't think that the license really has much to do with it. Very few people actually realize that Cyberpunk 2020 or Cyberpunk 2077 is a licensed game based on the Cyberpunk 2020 rule set. Very few people actually realize that, I think. Most of the market who are going to be buying that game are not going to realize that it's a licensed game. Because it's, no offense to Cyberpunk 2020 fans, but it's a very generic license in the current year. Not many people realize it's a licensed game. I'd be significantly more interested in it if it was a Blade Runner game. But Cyberpunk, yeah. Yeah. Nah. Or if it was a Shadowrun game. Either of those settings are way more interesting to me than just Cyberpunk as a setting, but my problem with Cyberpunk 2077, and this is just from me watching it last night, you didn't know it was a licensed game? It's based on a tabletop rule set. Yeah, so it's like Shadowrun or D&D. But my problem with Cyberpunk 2077 isn't the fact that it's a licensed game. My problem with Cyberpunk 2077 is that from all of the gameplay I've seen, and I've had this worry, the game's saving in the background so you're not missing anything. My biggest worry from all of the preview footage they showed and from everything I've seen of live streams, gameplay-wise, it's first-person Watch Dogs. Like, the way the hacking works is exactly the same as Watch Dogs. And the fucking... And, like, don't get me wrong. Watch Dogs is, like, pretty fun. Like, that's not a bad thing. I want more RPG in my RPGs. If I'm going to play an RPG, I... Like, the RPG that I've been gearing up to stream for the past fucking 3 months or so, that I've been prepping and doing a little bit of gameplay and research off stream, is Under Rail. This is a hardcore CRPG. It's brutal as fuck, where you basically need to follow a build or you won't be able to finish the game because the game is too hard. That's what I'm interested in when I play RPGs. Here's the thing, right? You know what? I'm gonna not just talk shit until the game's actually out and people have public opinions on it, because I don't like any of the writing that I've seen. And like I listened to a podcast where they talked about the late game of that game, and supposedly the story in Cyberpunk 2077 is quite good. Like, just as a crime epic, like as a heist tale, supposedly it's quite good. I hate the writing of the lead character, V. I cannot stand it. Cannot stand it at all. So it's so intentionally edgy and so, like, the Basically, if I was playing Cyberpunk 2077 and I was listening to the dialogue in the first 2 hours of that game, I would be very angry because from watching streamers play that thing, that early dialogue is hard to listen to. What am I building in this corridor? So I'm building drawbridges that are going to be hooked up to a lever, and I'm going to use them to trap a cavern forgotten beast in between them, so that I can then wall it off, and rather than killing it, keep it as part of my collection. Ara, if you'd like to check in with your dwarf, because I know that you like the dwarf check-ins. I saw a dwarf tell the story of the appointment of King. Summer blockades, the barricaded general of Straps, to the position of captain of the guard of the eternal adventure of time in the late spring of year 100 at the simple dinner. And it is interesting. This dwarf just heard some history being told of us appointing the dwarf king to the position of general, or captain of the guard, rather, of the eternal adventure of time, which is our dwarven group. And he heard about it, this dwarf heard that tale at the simple dinner, which is our tavern. Can they destroy doors and buildings? They can destroy doors unless they are artifacts. They cannot destroy drawbridges. So creepy, he's a collector. That's why I have 2 Ettins, 2 Giantesses, a Minotaur, and a dead Cyclops. I am a collector. I collect creatures, and I make them fight in my big maze. It's good times. You felt fondness when talking with a friend, although you would like some decent meals. What do you prefer to eat? You prefer to consume peach cider? Honeybee royal jelly. Okay. Well, I guess we should work on them beehives now, shouldn't we? Is your dwarf alive? Your dwarf has been dead for about 30 years. You died peacefully in your sleep of old age, at the old age of 170 something, Bastet. You were our most legendary warrior. You killed many, many, many buzzards and helped us defend against a forgotten beast. And you helped train most of the spearmasters in this fortress. And I'm not sure which dwarf is using your weapon now, but yeah. Your dwarf was a legendary dwarf. Don't those creatures need food? So dwarves need food, but only grazers need food. So creatures that graze off of the land need food. Any other big creature, the in-lore reason for how they get food is they eat vermin. Vermin just spawn along the rocks. So you don't see them because they're very small. But if I go up to the surface, giant cave swallow is fighting with the forgotten beast. Let's see if I can spot some vermin. I'm looking for vermin. Vermin. They're very hard to spot. I mean, right now we got these kangaroos that are kind of walking behind my camera, these capital Ks. I'm looking around those to see if I'll see vermin spawn. There are no fairies in this map because we're not in a good biome, but you'll get like rats and armadillos and... But anyway, small creatures are vermin. So small creatures will show up as a single pixel in this tile set. Vermin are what creatures eat if they don't have anything else to eat. So forgotten beasts that are trapped in a small space, vermin will spawn in that small space and they eat them. That's... Oh, I saw one for a second. No, that's just a honeybee. But this right here, this single pixel, is what vermin would spawn as. So in that case, that's just a bee. But I'm not seeing any others, which is kind of unfortunate. Oh well. You'll just have to believe me that they spawn. If I go down to the long name Forgotten Beast, down in the caverns. These are the caves underground. Never mind. The two human caravans, as well as the royal treasurer. No, one human caravan and the royal treasurer have arrived to trade. But if I jump back down to where that forgotten beast is at, I'm looking to see if I can see any cave vermin or anything. Of course, when I need them, they don't spawn. But anyway, so TLDR, only your dwarves get hungry, and creatures that require grazing get hungry. So horses, reindeer, cows, anything that would eat grass gets hungry. Any other creatures don't. So pigs, because pigs don't really eat grass, they eat like scraps and small animals. They don't starve. My sheep, they are pastured up here because they will starve. Same with the alpacas. So they're actually eating the dense grass that's on the ground and exposing the piles of black clay underneath it. Humans get hungry if they are part of your fort. If they are not part of your fort, they will not get hungry and starve to death. So visitors, even though they drink your alcohol, will not get hungry. Cats eat vermin. So cats run around and eat vermin. Dogs eat vermin, which is basically the game's way of cheating and saying they don't eat at all. But cats will actually... Let's see if I can find a cat, because I know I have some cats in my fort. One of them is in a cage. This cat, which is... I'm actually looking for it because I can't see it right now. It should be in the center of the screen somewhere. It's not pastured here, is it? Because that's awkward if it is. Anyway, oh, hold on. There's a vermin. It's a snail. Right there. There's some vermin. It's a snail. But yeah, no, cats will eat vermin. They'll eat small rodents, mice, creepy crawlers, which are like little eyeballs. Yeah, vermin do annoy dwarves. Pigs spawn a shit ton of vermin. Oh, there's another human caravan. Pigs spawn a shit ton of vermin around them. But because they're on smoothed floors, you won't actually see them. Do I have anything I can't trade? Nothing I can't trade. Cool. I haven't decided yet, but you guys can chuck ideas at me if you have ideas. Or rather, feel free to chuck ideas at me if you have ideas. If you type an exclamation point Dayforts, you can see the ideas that we have over on the right, and I'm down to add more if I don't have them on the list already. They have to be like relatively achievable though. I don't know what the plan is for this weekend. We're doing day forts now instead of community forts. So instead of calling it community fort, we're calling it day forts. Basically, instead of you guys doing all the work, I'm doing all the work. But you guys can participate if you like. That document is basically me doing my damnedest to archive the entirety of the world. And the way the community forts work is I do one fortress from beginning to end on the weekend. So I'll play about 5-6 hours of it. I will either retire or abandon it depending on the status of the fort. So far in that world, we reclaimed a fort and abandoned the world, which is now the most recent Today in Dwarf Fortress, exclamation point VID for that. We made a fort based on nothing but soap in an evil biome, which ended pretty poorly. And we built a bridge. I mean, if you, Carnage Mantis, were forced to watch two creatures rip each other to shreds, would you find that a little bit disturbing mentally, or would you find that to be a wonderful spectacle? I personally, as a human, would like to think I would think that that is a wonderful spectacle, but in reality, I would probably be mortally disturbed by it. No spoilers in the bridge for it. I'll just say that we built a bridge. We built a bridge. You may not want to look at that dock if you're afraid of spoilers, though. The human's world is the same as ever. And I'm going to ask them to bring me wood. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we were willing to offer you for your Craftsdorf ship. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid you farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Am I crazy? Or did we not get... No, we did. Okay, we did indeed get the one tribute in spring. We get 2 later in the year. You wanted to introduce them to the concept of violence in a safe way? Yeah, we got 1 tribute in the spring. From Bastija Smak. You were in chat. They brought a 2-handed sword, a musical instrument. I can't remember what else. Nope, that happened this stream. Definitely happened this stream. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, tribute is being unloaded. A report is available. I don't think I can get the... Yeah, all of this... Oh, Jesus. Huh. Interesting. All of the reports are saved? No shit. There you go. Did you guys know that the game saves all of your reports in the announcements tab? Or in the reports tab? Yeah, that's 115 from the group of Alchemy. Huh. So if you ever need me to go back and check one, these are all of the tribute reports. That is wild. Yeah, just hit R and go to the bottom. So just hit page up or page down. They keep all of your reports as well as all of your combat reports. So I've got all of the tribute reports, all of the paperwork from the interrogations, as well as all the combat reports. And we haven't done that many. Demand tribute, demand tribute, demand tribute. Spoils report. From the one, because I did demand a one-time tribute from them. Yeah, you can also go back and relook at all these. All of the combat reports. Holy shit. I had no idea. The more you know, man. I just learned something about Dwarf Fortress. So for those of you who don't know, if you want to check any combat report from history in Dwarf Fortress, simply press R and go to the bottom. The game saves all of your tribute reports, all of your interrogation reports, and all of your combat reports throughout all of your history of your fortress, including your mission reports, which you can go rewatch. This one is from 65 years ago of us going and demanding tribute from the group of Alchemy to be delivered from Anvil Gloved every spring. So every spring, the group of Alchemy brings us tribute. Just by pressing R, you can see all of the history of everything. I'm not. I'm simply demanding tribute with the best soldiers in the world, with maxed out ambushing skills and with maximum ambushing skills, maximum interrogation skills, and very high communication skills. So they demand tribute, and we get tribute every year. So for the last 65 years, I've been receiving tributes from one faction plus 2 other factions now. So there are 3 separate towns that are bringing me free shit every year. It also gets you traders. So no, I'm not starting wars. If anything, I'm keeping communication up and strengthening bonds between our people, because I also get to trade with them, so they actually get tons of stuff in return from us. I'm going to be back in a second. I'm just going to go pull my insulin out of the fridge so I can get ready to do lunch stuff. All right, I return. Do you go to war with evil creatures on the map? Can you conquest other places? So by default, certain factions are evil, but not all races are evil. So just because, like, somebody is raised with a weasel just went into combat with itself. It must have fallen out of a tree. If, like, say, by default, goblins are evil. Or rather, goblin factions are evil. The only reason goblins are inherently evil, though, is because they are raised in factions that have evil culture. By evil, I mean they want to see everything burn. I don't know what DAB stands for, so you're going to have to tell me. But it's a beer brand? Never heard of it. Must be local to you. Probably Heineken. If I was held if I'm at a metal show and they have all kinds of beer, which is Heineken, Budweiser, Bud Light, and Coors Light, Molson Canadian, and Old Milwaukee, I would probably drink Sapporo actually, which wasn't on the list, but Heineken, yeah, is the most drinkable out of those. But anyway, Anyway, yeah, no, faction alignment or race alignment is based on which faction they grew up in, and different races can become assimilated into different factions. So you can have a very kind, good goblin that was raised with dwarves. You can also have elves that hate nature that were raised with dwarves. You can also have dwarves that hate all living things that were raised with goblins. So it's quite interesting, the different kind of personality types you can get. But yes, you can technically conquer the entire world and murder everything if you wanted. So this is a bad map to show you that because I don't have any Necromancer towers on this map, but Necromancer towers corrupt areas. The way I describe it is kind of like if you're playing StarCraft, the Zerg push out creep. Necromancer towers push out corrupted areas around them. So these areas get certain creatures and animals and plants growing. You'll see this when the next Day Fort VOD goes up on Sunday, because I was in an evil biome. In that evil biome, there was weird clouds of gas that would make you turn into an undead creature and would make you bleed out of every single hole in your body, basically would make your skin rot off and then make you turn into an undead corpse. This corruption area grows out slowly as time passes from the Necromancer towers. If you destroy the Necromancer towers, they will recede. World generation can also generate evil biomes, which are similar. Are they inherently evil? Not really. They just have dark magics in the ground that will make the plants, instead of being normal plants, they'll just be fingers growing out of the ground, or eyeball plants, or other fun things like that. Good biomes are similar, except they have like your traditional fantasy creatures in them, so like unicorns and fairies and shit. But the good biomes have feather trees, which are trees that have wings and feathers and lay eggs. And they have eyes. Disgusting. Also, the elves here always show up covered in feather tree egg yolk. I guess they use it as like moisturizer or something. It's distressing. And unicorns, also, you can make crafts out of their horns. So you don't spoil yourself too much? Well, this isn't really a spoiler, but I heard that Empire of Sin is kind of buggy, a little bit janky. Maybe wait a little bit until they patch it. If you're looking for a good like XCOM-like game, though, I very heavily recommend. My blood sugar's been running on the low end today, so my brain's a little slow. Phantom Doctrine. And that also has a bunch of DLC out, and it's a really good like stealth XCOM style game. Once you're done with Phoenix Point, very heavily recommend Phantom Doctrine. Okay, where the heck is my mayor at? Here you come, I think. Yes. There we go. Perfect. Let's trade. I'm giving you a whole bunch of used clothing. Trade for some raw crystal glass. Helpful for artifacts. And then the other guys, we'll just give you everything. And I think these are the ones that bring me wood, right? Right? Did I get this wrong? I may have gotten this wrong. I got this wrong, but that's okay. I will buy the strange meats from you guys, including the honey badger tripe. Beet plants. Ooh. Well, I don't need to buy the fisher berries, but that's fine. Could sell them raspberries. How about them apples? Trade. I need to make maces. Let's make 5. Why not? So Aegis now that I've assigned that job. So you might see me jumping into this screen occasionally and then typing stuff in here. This is the manager screen. This controls the dwarf that has the manager task. Now, the dwarf that has the manager task, in this case, is Aegis. Aegis is a very interesting dwarf. Aegis was beaten very heavily a number of years ago due to crimes that were committed. And this dwarf has lost the ability to walk. This dwarf has a very high self-esteem, and I'm assuming that is the reason that they refuse to use crutches. There are many, 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 many very nice crutches in this fortress, but instead of using crutches, they crawl. So they're kind of slow at moving. Thus, I have removed all of their tasks revolving around carrying things because they move so fucking slow, they cancel the task before actually finishing carrying the thing. So instead of this dwarf doing a lot of hauling and other such tasks, this dwarf is our manager. Now, this dwarf is incredibly skilled in writing because they've spent a lot of time in the library studying as a scholar, and still are a scholar, but they are assigned to this table over here, which they're about to go to. They're going to manage the work orders and send the work orders that I assigned in this screen to my dwarves. So now the dwarves now have the orders to go make 5 maces, and my weaponsmiths are going to get right on it. You decided to publish an image of one of the layers? Neat. Negotiation between mafia bosses, soft locked your game? Ugh. Looks like the humans are playing music for us. How kind of them. The interesting thing about the humans playing music here is, in theory, my dwarves could learn the music from the humans if the humans are the ones playing the music. They were performing something. Not sure what, but... Phoenix Point was a lot of fun initially, when it first launched. So this is one of Stone's layers right here. It's a cute little lair. I'm assuming bedrooms. You really need to work on making your floors and walls a little nicer. The dirt gets a little icky, I would say. Just kind of skimming through the Discords right now because there's a lot of stuff going on in them. Looks like we have another migrant because we kept losing dwarves. Where are you? A bone carver. Ashen. Worships Ashen. Most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with earth. Dreams of mastering a skill. Alright, chat. Same as previously. If you would like a dwarf in this fort and you do not currently have a dwarf in this fort, I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 25. So pick a number between 1 and 25. And did I miss... Hold on a second. Spitalier, did you do a thing when I was standing up? Did nobody say anything about that? Because I missed a very big tip. I feel kind of bad. Or did no notification go off? There was a thing? Why did no one tell me? Here, I will replay the notification just to make sure it worked. It's $100. Holy shit, dude. Sorry, I have to say something about that. Hey, Dobby. Congrats, you got an emote. The thing. Yeah, a thing happened and no one said anything. Well, I think that, yeah, that does definitely require a round of beers. Cheers, dude. Thanks a ton. This audio shit's expensive. Also, the number I was thinking of was 18. Danny UG. Welcome to the fort. He is grouchy when caught in the rain and a worshipper of Ashen. He is 55 years old, born on the 22nd of Sandstone in the year 60. No, totally, but I would have seen it, but I was not at the computer. He personally thinks the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy, considers craft ship to be relatively worthless, and finds romance distasteful, and does not care about family one way or another, and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Dreams of mastering a skill. Can be very happy and optimistic, and is stingy with resources when working on projects. He would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight, and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. Tends to present himself modestly, and enjoys the company of others. Huh. Alright, well, you're a very unpleasant individual. You're going to be the captain of the Bear Fighters 2, which is a hobby wrestling squad that wrestles because it's fun, not because they actually want to be in combat. So I'm going to let you go wrestle. A delusional fantasy. What an ass. Well, I hope you like being in the military, because that's your job now. You're going to be in charge of one of my hobby squads. So you're going to go grab a flask and some other provisions, and then you're going to go hang out in the military. But seriously, Spitalier, thank you so much for that tip, because, like, I've had to spend a lot of kind of unexpected money this month on not dying and continuing to survive, and also the audio equipment need kind of came at a bad time. So, thank you. Hey man, sports wrestling it's a thing. He's captain of Dwarf Wrestling Federation. Are you telling a story? What story are you telling? In the year 100, Pink Fluffy ceased to be the captain of the guard of the eternal adventure of time. Paid sports, yes. Oh boy. Look at all the buzzards that are now fighting. It's time to turn on the actual military. Let them go beat them buzzards to death. Let's see. Satisfied upon learning about dodging, but was grouchy about being caught in the rain. Should be fine. A delusional fantasy? I think that is the most hatred of knowledge, yes. Which sucks because learning is like the main thing we do in this fort. The bust of nuts. Still not good as Dung's Depths, the Naughty Hole. Which was the name of a cave that a bunch of kobolds lived in. Oh, would you look at that? Lord Floof now has a pet. Lord Floof went and claimed a pet sheep, I think. Yeah, a pet lamb. How can society function without loyalty? And likes sheep for their tendency to flock. How is Petolus doing? Petolus will come through. Petolus is almost no longer stressed. Hasn't tantrumed once. Should be fine. Oh no, it's a very cushy job, frankly. Like literally, these military squads, their whole like goal in life, all they need to do in order to maintain their place in the fortress is wrestle with each other, teach each other wrestling, teach other dwarves wrestling, and provide wrestling demonstrations, and then sometimes beat the ever-living shit out of Kias or buzzards that try and steal our books. Occasionally, armadillos and other weird chinchillas and other animals that wander on the map that interrupt my dwarves. Occasionally we'll get assaulted by gray langurs, which are monkeys that will vault over my walls and try and steal my books as well and other valuable items. Those also get the ever-living shit beaten out of them by my wrestlers and military. Oh shit, we actually have some music. So Omnivore is performing a dance, which is a fuchsia velvet, a social group dance originating in the Ignited Creation, which is our dwarven faction. The dance begins with the first theme of the music, and the section is punctuated by the sensual facial expressions, and performed in succession by a group of members and passionate raised arms. So they raise their hands and make orgasm faces. The dance enters a new section with a bridge passage of music and a flamboyant section that is punctuated by independent body movement and jerking counterclockwise half turns. So this is not my favorite dance. My favorite dance that was performed in this fortress was actually performed by a human that was in this fortress. This human lived in the fortress for a good while and was very good friends with a goblin that would come visit once a year, and another human that would come visit once a year. When the goblin and the other human were here, they would perform a dance which originated in the... What's the name of the goblin civ? The Joyous Devil. Yeah, which originated in the Joyous Devil. And the Joyous Devil are technically at war with us because my mountain home invades them, but they haven't actually invaded the Eternal Adventure in Time, which is us. And it was more or less described as squatting and jumping, and the vocals that accompanied it was literally described as throat singing chanting. So essentially they were throat singing and Slav squatting around, which is just fucking hilarious to me, and I love it. You like seeing the clover dance pattern? My favorite is the circle. When they go into a circle and then they spin. That's my favorite pattern to see. But yeah, no, it was really funny because they only ever did the dance like around here. And they used, I think it was the zugzug, this instrument. Yeah, a large stationary silk-stringed instrument with a large glass body. Basically a big bass And the musician strikes the 54 strings with the wooden hammers, and the musician can alter the pitch of the string by stopping it against the body. So basically, it's like a giant, like, it's a sort of like a giant piano, except instead of like the keys hitting, hammers hitting the strings, it's like a manual piano. But it is time for me to go get some lunch. So I'm going to let you guys... Is that Forgotten Beast still around? That Forgotten Beast is still around. I'm going to let you guys hang out and watch these dwarves dance. How's the cloth production going? Not as well as I'd like. Drinks are plenty. Let's just get more of that going. Get more of that going. I'm going to go get myself some lunch because I'm hungry. I'm just going to go get myself some toast, maybe some fruit. And then we will return and continue with this. So to those of you who have been hanging out, massive thank you to everybody. Spitalier, thank you for the absurdly generous tip, as well as Mad Monkey and Verifiably Human. And everybody else for the resubs as well. So if you're just hanging out, could I get a round of beers in the chat? If you're listening to the stream, now's a good time to use the sound commands if you happen to be a patron or a higher tier sub and you have access to them. Plan for today is more of this. We'll probably go for another 2 to 3 hours of Longdeath, and then we will be playing some more Creeper World, even though that one person on YouTube made it very clear that they were very upset that I am uploading Creeper World footage. How dare I play games that I enjoy, am I right? I will be back in a couple of minutes. Thank you much, everybody, for hanging out. You guys are all fantastic. Enjoy the background noise.
lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Why are these fools still breathing my air? This is unacceptable!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
It's a unit system. I know this.
Whoa, dude,
yeah,
fuck
baby.
yeah, dude, this is
Good
fucking
job.
sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
All right, I return. With my mouth still full of toast. Just gotta punch in what I ate, my blood sugar, and yada yada. Apologies that took so long. Normally I just go grab a sandwich and come over and eat that here, but I'm out of sandwich stuff, so I had toast. I don't like eating toast at my computer because it's very crummy, and, you know, nobody likes crumbs in their keyboard. So, I had toast. Toast and butter. My bad. Wait, how did you know that I was muted if... How did you know that my toast... Did I remute myself? How did that happen? Anyway. I'll have you know, I buy very nice bread. Oh. I know why. Hold on a second, let me test something. Okay. I was curious to see if closed captions would work even if I was muted. And then muted. Odd. Anyway. Regardless. I normally buy very nice bread, but because I have to freeze it, it gets crummy after it's been frozen. Right? So, also I like very toasted bread. So it's almost like charcoaly by the time I'm done toasting it. So yes, it does get crumbly. Crumbly enough that I don't want to eat it over my keyboard. Tasty. Regardless. Please don't let the monkey kill your dwarf. They won't. The other dwarves might, though. They brought us a horse. Do you think those humans are running around singing, "Look at my horse is amazing"? I like Bananosaurus Rex emotes. Crumbles does not equal crummy. Oh, I understand the pun that he said now. Durr. And apologize for the muting thing. I'm still getting used to the new control. Well, not new, but like buttons being in different places because it's my life. Also, streamer's going to sell it for a second and say, if anybody's doing game dev stuff, bunch of game dev stuff on sale. Well, a bunch of tile sets up on sale over on Humble. Some of that stuff's actually kind of nice looking. I was checking my email. Apologies. Let's check the other one. Bunch of cheese. Gotta love the oat flour. Oat flour is a particularly fine delicacy. Flour in general. And rye beer. I love rye beer. So one of my favorite craft brews that I had at a festival I went to. Why is there blood on the road? Excuse me. Oh, it's buzzard blood. That's fine. One of my favorite beers that I had was this lavender rye beer. I know that sounds really weird, but it was like this very dry Pilsner ale, but it was lavender rye. So it had like that kind of rye after flavor and like this hit of lavender right when you like drank it. It was like the kind of beer you drink before bed. It was really, really nice. I had it at this beer tasting festival. It was just this public beer garden that happened at the fairgrounds 2 years ago. I want to say it was Red Color Brewing that made it. It was very good. Very, very, very good. I haven't had it since, and I only had a taster about that big of it. They didn't have any more bottles for sale. I'm very sad that it wasn't that I couldn't buy more of it, but... Gate Nerd, what up? Your Dwarf's still alive if you're curious. The question is, can I find you? There you are. You're an elite wrestler. You're currently sparring. You're exhilarated after a sparring session. Angry after getting into an argument. Pretty happy dwarf, though. Curious about how our most recent addition to the fortress is doing. Grouchy, dwelling upon being caught in the rain. Exhilarated after a sparring session. Did you claim a bedroom yet? You have not. You should go claim a bedroom, dwarf. Now, post liaison from the dwarves have arrived. Ooh, are they actually going to take my bridge? That'd be really cool if they did. Yes, they took the bridge. They're taking the proper road into the fortress. That's actually really cool. They normally spawn further north and thus take the long way around, but... Also, I never actually showed this off, but we have another mushroom farm up in here. Let's hack down these giant tower caps. Make weapon racks. Let's make 3 iron or rock weapon racks. You will bring crafts. I don't think I need bumblebee venom, so we can sell that. I don't need training weapons, and I don't need weapons. So I'm going to sell a lot of weapons to these dwarves. They need 3 tiles to travel through an area. Full spa. So if I hit Shift D, all of the green areas are wagon accessible, all the red ones are not. So they can travel along this area from the surface. If I... All of the red areas, they will not fit, but all the green areas, they will fit. Wagons require at least 3 tiles across to travel along it. If they don't have at least 3 tiles across, they cannot... they cannot travel across it. Wait, what seems like Shift D? I mean, I don't know. Dwarf Fortress's keybinds are about as consistent as me uploading today in Dwarf Fortress videos. One final thing I will say about that one person who made it very clear that they don't want me uploading Creeper World videos and that nobody cares. What I'll say is this, I guess, especially to anybody who may be watching this on YouTube. My YouTube channel is an archive of my streams. So archives that I want to archive, I will archive. And if you don't like a particular archive, just don't watch it. It's simple as that. There will be other archives of stuff that you are interested in later. What, with the comment? Just YouTube comments being YouTube comments. That's about it. It's kind of that simple, really. But no, that's just more of a public service announcement for anybody who may be subscribing to my YouTube channel. Although on the topic of subscribing to things, if you want to support this stream very heavily, I sell sound commands through my Patreon, and you can subscribe for 1 whole year directly on Patreon for a 15% discount. So it's $7 a month for the sound commands, but if you subscribe for a year, you get 15% off of $7 a month. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your info. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your Craftsdorf ship. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Sliplow's coming to trade at the depot. I'm waiting for Estes to die. Because they're not that much younger than the first outpost liaison we had. Should also sell some of this ammo. Especially the arrows. So I actually have no way of using the arrows. You're also waiting for him to die? So we can get a new outpost liaison? It's kind of dark when you think about it, but it's true. You get to draw a new liaison, and I have to make a new statue of a liaison. Good God. It's a lot of value. I'm wondering when they're going to start bringing us... I'm really wondering when they're going to start bringing us books. And if they'll ever start bringing us books. I'm going to buy the lobsters and the fish. Because I've got nobody fishing. But yeah, no, I kind of rewinding in chat a little bit. I think that the wagon utility thing, Axon, would make a lot of sense as like a submenu of the travel route restrictions menu. I think it would make a lot of sense in there. Hey, Taurus Gaming. What's up, dude? How is things? And investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. They brought us dice. Some book bindings. And there we go. Done. The hauling menu? Is that in orders? Not sure what menu you're talking about. Today is the day off, so you're just playing video games and stuff? I got almost no sleep last night, so I'm amazed I'm actually as functional as I am today. I was kind of expecting to not be so functional today. Oh no. What the okay. Two things. Number one, it's an ankylosaurid. Number two, it's 8-legged. Number three, it's made of coral. Well, we're not capturing that other forgotten beast because they're about to fight. Forgotten beast Naglusimus has come, a towering 8-legged stegosaurid. Beware its poisonous gas. So our humanoid is down here. Our humanoid forgotten beast, which has deadly dust, a straight tail, and its humanoid composed of green glass. To the Monday, Tuesday streams? nothing happened to the Monday, Tuesday streams. They will continue as scheduled from now on. My mixer blew up, so I had no microphone. So I could have, in theory, streamed with webcam microphones, but yeah, no. So actually, nobody's asked because I think everybody knows. It's all up on the Discord. I also put a post on the YouTube channel. So it's literally just my mixer stopped working. Streams will resume as per usual from now on. But yeah, no, yesterday and the day before, I just couldn't stream because I had no audio. I have standards, Stone. So the result was I just kind of slept for 2 days. But yeah, no, normal schedule will continue from now on, and it will be Monday, or it's Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, with Fridays off. So I will be taking this Friday off, but I had to buy a new audio setup, which is this guy. And I'm also using a MIDI controller for the record stuff. I'm waiting for that other Forgotten Beast to show up. I want to see these two fight. So yeah, that's what happened to them. I couldn't stream because I didn't have a working microphone. Are you like stuck up there? Oh, wouldn't that be hilarious if this thing was stuck up here? Yeah, I think it is. I think it's stuck above that tower cap. If that's a tower cap. Yeah. I think it's stuck above the tower cap. I don't think it can get out of there. Huh. Otherwise it would have ran out. We'll keep an eye on the combat logs. If we see something happening, we'll jump down there. Yeah, I hope that answers your question, Gate Nerd. But yeah, once we're done paying off the audio equipment, I'm going to do a little fundraiser for some Lego. We can do a Christmas Eve stream of Lego stuffs. We'll build a Lego kit. And Christmas Day, I'll do the annual tradition of playing through Portal 1, which is a thing I've done several years in a row now on Christmas. And supposedly... Uh-oh. Okay, we're fighting with pawn grabbers. We will continue the annual kind of thing that I do, which I play through Portal 1. And then I think me and my stream team are doing after hours on Christmas Day, so we'll be playing board games. I'm not sure whose channel that'll be on. We'll figure that out. Tomorrow night, actually, I will be playing Worms WMD with Dyer and undetermined number of teammates. So that'll be fun, hopefully. If you want to see a little bit more Worms stuff, there will be a notification on Discord tomorrow about that. I think that'll be at 6 p.m. Pacific, my time. And then New Year's is normally what I would do is we would do some sort of big subathon. It's what I've done in years past, but this year, because of health reasons, I can't do subathons anymore, so I'm kind of like torn as to what I want to do. If I just want to do like undetermined amount of long stream or what. I don't know. In previous years, I've done like 24-hour streams and stuff, but it sucks that I can't do that anymore. That's like one thing that I really hate about my diagnosis is that I can't do the full 24-hour streams anymore. Not like because I literally can't, but just because my energy just doesn't hold up that long. Like I used to just be able to sit down and stream and then like 14 hours would pass by and then I'd be done streaming. And like still be awake and be able to edit a video. And now it's like I stream for 8 hours and I'm just dead. Getting old, chat room. Getting old. I used to do them all the damn time. Coldfire. Used to do them all the damn time. Why is there just a dead buzzard hanging out there? We should just get rid of that. Somebody just remove that buzzard corpse, please. Please. How you doing though, Narstat? I mean, Blind IRL's tip of the day is don't ever get old. It sucks. Good God, there's just a lot of people watching Twitch today. Fucking Minecraft has 361,000 people watching. Why is there one dude with 252,000 people watching him play Minecraft? What the hell is going on Twitch today, chat? I'm so confused by Twitch. No, it's not just Cyberpunk. Well, this dude with 2 million followers who I've literally never heard of is apparently streaming Minecraft to 250,000 people right now. Your bet is as good as mine as to why. Odd. Is it Elon Musk? No, I've heard of Elon Musk. Mikael, unfortunately your dwarf died. Must be supremely talented and interesting. Based on my knowledge of Twitch streamers, none of us are supremely talented or interesting. Some of us are kind of entertaining though, so we got that going. Nope. You got your face caved in for committing a crime that I committed. I accidentally sold the wrong item that my mayor had banned export of, and a bunch of dwarves got pulled out of a hat, and they all got impact murdered by getting punched so hard that their skull fractured their brain. Or the fractured skull pierces the brain. Me? Oh, I'm the usual, which is stressed out, sore, in pain, and depressed. But I'm okay. On Twitch of the launch of Cyberpunk? That launches in 15 minutes, doesn't it? I just want to see the Steam reviews of Cyberpunk. No, 2 hours and 15 minutes. Yeah, 2 hours and 15 minutes from now. Cyberpunk launches. Yeah, I mean, they gave streamers access to it like 16 hours early or something. So yeah, there's like 100,000 people watching already, or 1 million people watching already. There we go. A million people watching that kind of underwhelming game. Yes, it is a capital offense to export forbidden stuff. Man. So how old is the fort now? 110 years old. Our progress has slowed rather considerably, actually. But such is life. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, it's taken about a month for us to get through the past 15 years or so. Because I haven't been playing this Fortress 5 days a week. There's been other games coming out, and I kind of got distracted by a few things over the past month. Also, there's been a lot of like unexpected delays of streams, such as fucking the Hot Potato Charity Marathon, and I've just been busy and tired, and not that I've been like burnt out on this fort or anything, but I've been doing other things. So we'll probably do a lot of powering through this fortress in January. I feel like December is probably going to be more of like the delays for Longdeath. But anybody who's watched a large amount of this fort will kind of know that it's kind of just not necessarily a lot of the same, but just kind of a lot of chilling. I feel like everybody's playing a Dragon Age game right now. I know a few people who recently started playing Dragon Age, various Dragon Age games. Kind of a lot of people playing Dragon Age Inquisition, and my question to all the people playing Dragon Age Inquisition is, why are you playing the bad Dragon Age game? Out of all of the Dragon Age games, you choose the bad one. My long-term strategy to get it old, keep fort small, don't get into fights with anybody, keep the dwarves happy, don't overproduce anything. Give the dwarves a lot of downtime and things to entertain themselves with. Have a lot of guild halls so that they can passively learn skills without actually producing any objects or items. That's basically it. I mean, voice acting is expensive. Also, what do you mean? Monster Hunter World, if that's what you're talking about, has lots of voice acting. Tons of voice acting, even. I would say they even care more than Western developers because they put so much more dialogue into their games. Sometimes the quality can suffer because of the amount of dialogue, but I don't know if that necessarily means that they don't care. For a second there, I thought Brander Buddy was going to run in there and get crushed. I mean, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic is a very old game. It's okay, they put the P back. To Fort Age, your own boredom. Yes, that was BioWare that made Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. I don't know. I think that that's a very odd blanket statement to make, Fulspa, that I don't think is accurate. I mean, like, look at Persona. Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic actually famously didn't even get a release in Japan, period. That game was never released in Japan. Neither was the sequel, to my knowledge. I mean, look at Yakuza games. The entirety of those games are voice acted. Even if they're not necessarily voice acted in English, that's a fuckload of voice acting. Nailed it. High five, Squatch. There is actually a Super Mario Dwarf Fortress mod. So it's grimdark Super Mario shit. It's actually kind of horrifying. Watching a Yoshi show up and then, like, horribly murder some poor toad. Pretty cool. I remember when that game came out and it was, like, fucking wild. I remember watching a friend of mine play it and just looking at all of the violent insanity that that game could put out. What year are we on? 115 still. I mean, if you keep an elephant inside of a cage, it'll starve to death pretty quick, so that would be a waste of a perfectly good elephant. It's pretty dark and you're really liking it. Don't play any of the other ones. It's all downhill from there. Dragon Age Origins is a very good game, and then every other one after that's like, eh. But I don't even like BioWare RPGs all that much. I don't think I've ever actually finished a BioWare RPG. Yeah, no, I haven't. The one I got the closest to finishing was Mass Effect 2, and I managed to bork my save. Isn't the second one, like, regarded as the worst one of the series, like, period? Oh, shit. We're about to witness a Forgotten Beast battle. A titanic battle between two great creatures. A towering eight-legged ankylosaurid composed of coral, a gaunt appearance, poisonous gas, versus the mouthful of a name, Ravaria Rafaliu Tholatho Edimi, a humanoid composed of green glass with a long straight tail that undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly dust. Place your bets, chat. Out of this battle of titans, who do you think will be the victor? They clash. Looks like the Ankylosaurid dodged. Something went flying. What is that? His left second foot has been severed by the glass creature. They continue fighting. Wow. The humanoid composed of glass destroyed him. That was over pretty quick, actually. Forgotten Beast kicked the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with his left first foot. The attack glances away. The Forgotten Beast punches the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with his right hand, and the injured part collapses. Jesus. That glass creature literally just punched it in the chest. So Coral got destroyed by the glass humanoid. Utterly destroyed. He just, like, punched it in the gut. And the Coral humanoid has been damaged for a while, too. Hot damn. Did you know that baby chinchillas are called kits? I just learned that. This game just taught me something. Shower. That seems like a good idea. People should do that. Was when your dwarves grabbed a goblin by the nuts and shook him around. So that was when you learned what gelding means. My favorite fight I ever had was I had a were creature run into my fort. Not this one, a different fort. Ran into the fortress and punched one of my dwarves in the head. And leather cap flew off of that dwarf. The were creature caught the leather cap in the air and wielded it as a weapon. And instead of scratching and biting my dwarves like a were creature should in order to do damage to my dwarves, just ran through the fortress whipping my dwarves with this cap, which was great because it didn't actually do any damage to any of my dwarves, didn't hurt any of my dwarves, and eventually turned back into a human and my dwarves pummeled him to death, which was pretty great. So instead of anybody getting infected with wereism, this were creature just ran through the fortress just whipping my dwarves with this cap. Which was kind of wonderful. Patolus is almost entirely happy aside from the dwelling upon wearing old clothing thing. I feel like I called out that investments were open a little while ago. Just getting caught up on Discord notifications. All right. I have like 10 billion armor stands, don't I? Or was it weapon racks? Yeah, it's 10 billion weapon racks. I'm just going to start chucking these weapon racks in here. Because I have quite a few dwarves that like weapon racks. And my mayor keeps demanding weapon racks. So you know what? All these weapon racks, these will be my mayor's contribution to the fortress. Slipple is leaving their mark by making us construct way too many weapon racks. So we're going to leave them everywhere where they can be enjoyed by my dwarves. Your mayor likes querns? You want to know the irony of that, Touch Streak? Weapon racks have absolutely no use, whereas querns are actually useful. I had a mayor for ages that liked socks, which was great because he'd order one sock to be made. It's like, oh, sweet, yeah, I can make a sock. No problems, Doc. Just give me a mo. One sock coming right up. Dwarves can't even store weapons on weapon racks. That's the irony of it. Socks or else? Pretty much, yep. They're discussing excisions some more. Make scrolls and choirs. 1. Touch shriek. 1. Maybe 3. Maybe 10. But yes, you are right. You are indeed right. Weapon racks are more useful visually than querns. I also have tons of green glass boxes, which I'm going to chuck a few around in various places. Especially in the dwarves rooms that have a bunch of stuff in them. Did you win your investment? No. Stone and Coldfire did. Apologies for your loss. Also, I just got to say a massive thank you to everybody who's just kind of hanging out and watching the stream today. Cheers, everybody. Apologies for the bad news, Peter. Also, Gimper, did I say hello to you? What's up, dude? You can't keep enough tables for all the readers? I need probably some more tables in my library, actually. How many books do I have in my library now? It's been a while since I've looked. 264 books. We wrote them all ourselves. A lot of unintended necromancers. Unintended necromancy is the best kind of necromancy. But you went and slept in the middle? I mean, so did I. I have not been streaming since midnight last night. That would be like a 12-hour stream or so. I did sleep for an hour after that stream ended. Good afternoon. Afternoon. Something like that. Just got a bewildering comment. So you know the Krug's Planetary stuff? That it didn't age well? Okay. I don't know. I don't understand half of YouTube comments. There's also a lot of comments that feel like they either A, didn't watch the video, or B, didn't read the whole comment. The comments that I've been getting more and more lately, which I always think are hilarious, are the literally addressing me saying, yo, you make videos of Dwarf Fortress. You should be watching Krug Smash. And I always just like, I've gotten like the exact same comment from about 4 or 5 people now. Just basically stating, hey, you make videos about Dwarf Fortress. If you don't already know about Krug Smash, you'd be crazy. You should go look up his videos. And then just like a pitch of what Krug Smash does. And I'm always just like, and they're always on the news videos, the ones that actually do well. And I'm always like, yo, did you see at the end, in the credits, Krug Smash's name is there because he gives me money on Patreon to do this. Like, did you miss the memo? Because, like, All I'm saying is you guys should go to Krug Smash videos and post comments about how you should watch the news videos that I do. Just don't do that. It's obnoxious and kind of annoying, to be honest. We are back, Wave. Yes. Dude, check this out. I'm now running microphone through the Zoom controller and doing records through an old MIDI controller whose microphone port is broken. This thing's most recent driver was from 2014. So I don't know when I got that, but Krug Smash is the TF gateway drug that brought you here? Yep. No, I owe Krugs a lot. He's good people. The existence of his YouTube channel is what makes these streams possible. Also, I spent way too much time staring at Eurorack components while I was shopping for this new audio equipment. Oh, it sounds great. I actually think it sounds better than the other mixer I had. How's the fort? Fort's good, Pablo. Fort's good. Dwarves are alive and happy. We've had 2 Forgotten Beasts show up. We got to watch 2 of them fight, too, which is pretty entertaining. There's still one in the basement, though, which I probably should try and capture. What's a Eurorack? Modular synthesizer. Expensive hobby incoming? Yeah. Okay, so here's my actual plan, right? Wait until my stream gets a little bit bigger and then kickstart it. You know what I'm saying? Just like budget it all out, figure out where to buy everything, completely set up the cost for it, and then just fucking put up an Indiegogo for Eurorack streams. Nothing in particular, Screaming Robot. Just in general. A stray horse has been missing. I had a... Oh, right. Whoops. I was given a horse by the humans, wasn't I? And it totally starved to death. Whoops. It's almost like you just quoted me with that one, Gimper. It's true. I do have more DF content on my YouTube channel than any human being should reasonably watch in a lifetime. How much lead am I sitting on right now? 17? Let's see how much galena we have. Oh shit, I've got a bunch of lead statues that need to be placed already. We should do that. But I don't know. That's an expensive hobby that I have no intention on getting into anytime soon. But I've passed the point of staring at things online and going, Because synthesizers are fun, and modular synthesizers are also fun. That's the problem, is I really can't DIY. The reason I really can't DIY is because I live in a 400, like, I don't know how big you think this place is. I live in a 400 square foot apartment. Like, I don't exactly have the space to be like soldering shit. So I also don't really have the space for a modular synthesizer, so there's also that. So it's like a long-term thing. I'm sorry, what the fuck's going on up here? Oh, there's an emu that is overcome by terror. Let's just kill that emu. Just go kill the emu. There's an emu, like, scaring my alpacas. There's multiple emus scaring my alpacas, actually. Now there's a dead emu that is no longer scaring my alpacas. And my sheep, too. Not super interested in software-based stuff, though. Some friends of my parents growing up had pet emus. They were assholes. One of them pecked my nose. Or rather, bit my nose. Come on, Dwarf, chase this thing. I didn't even get that close to it. I was literally standing next to it, and then it just popped into the cage, and or it stuck its neck out of like the area that it was sitting in and bopped me in the nose, knocked me over. I was a little kid. I was very much a little kid. But no, it's just something that like it's a long ways off, frankly. It's a long ways off. I don't know. The possibility of something like that happening is kind of tied to me actually getting a bigger place to live. Like if I ever end up in a place where I actually have multiple rooms, or even like 2 rooms, the sudden possibility of me being able to do stuff like that jumps dramatically. And probably what I would end up doing is similar to what somebody like Lethal Frag did with his pinball stuff, which is completely pricing it out, pitching how I would stream it, and then kickstarting it. If you're kickstarting something like that, it's significantly more doable than if you're, you know, just suddenly reaching out and buying all that stuff. So that's probably most likely what would end up happening. This track's a little too spooky for the fort. That's fine, it's over. God, I'm like losing my voice. What the fuck's happening? It's almost like old jokes are dumb and annoying and nobody cares. Gimper. You know, comments and jokes are funny. And then you grind them into the ground and turn them into a fine paste. That's what the internet does. The internet ruins funny things. So of course nobody made that joke because it's been ruined for the last 15 years. Yada, yada, yada. Australia, Great Emu War. Yada, yada, yada. Been there, done that. Got the goddamn t-shirt. We done now? Let's go listen to TNT by AC/DC and shoot some fucking emus. Mate. Also, it doesn't help that every single, like, enough people have asked me if I'm going to start a band at some point, and every single time people ask me what kind of music I would write, I always just kind of come back to like weird modular synth stuff. Like if I were to write music right now, it would definitely be weird synth things. So yeah, I don't know. DF hates me, and did you know that DF players hate elves? Kill them all, yada yada yada. Kill all the elves. Creative joke about killing elves. About to hit the year 116. We're in midwinter. I didn't realize we were already into midwinter. I should just make a t-shirt that just has a bunch of capital E's on it, and then it just says the Great Emu War. Actually, no, I shouldn't. You should just go buy my socks. The socks are pretty good. I own them. They're quite comfy. I hate how messy my current mayor is. All of this clothing, the pigtail dresses and socks and stuff, are all my mayor's. Also, you know what's something that I've been wondering about recently? I wonder if there's going to be any weird backlash when the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress comes out, and people who are super sensitive to this sort of thing realize that male dwarves wear dresses all the time. It's something I've been genuinely wondering about for a little bit here. What do you want? More maces. Good lord, you're demanding. Also, did I just peek my mic? Because there was that one screenshot released, and there's a dwarf with a beard wearing a dress, and about 4 people commented on it on my video. Those babies will 100% do that. It's gonna be funny. It's gonna be amusing. Male dwarves wear fucking dresses all the damn time. It's not a dress, it's just a full kilt. It's like kilteralls. It's like a kilt plus overalls. Nobody wants a pet dingo? That's sad. It'll be an entire scandal, and all of us long-term players will just look, smile, and laugh and go, ah, children. Children, children, children. I mean, there will be people that... Uh-oh, Patola's tantrumed. There will be people that'll be mad that dwarves can have beards, and then people that will be mad that there are actually dwarves that don't have beards. I'm actually going to get real tired of people informing me that my dwarves are wrong because they have beards. Did you just go and punch the mayor? Yeah, you are literally beating the mayor. Hey, Mayor, are you going to go report that crime? I mean, who doesn't want to see humans in booty shorts? Yeah, no, Patolus just went and assaulted the mayor. Can you build stairs on smooth stone? You can build anything on smooth stone. Now he's going to go try and cry on someone in charge, but the someone in charge is currently in hospital. Although it wasn't particularly major injuries, I don't think. Well, he's unconscious right now. No health problems? His neck is torn open. Jesus. Her head bears a massive jagged scar. Are you trying to build upstairs, or are you trying to designate? Because you have to hit B, C, upstairs. Yeah, you can't designate upstairs. Because designate is when you dig into stone, undug out stone, and dig that undug out block into stairs. Constructing stairs is what you need to do. So you have to go to the build menu, hit B, capital C, and then U. Select the spot, press enter. Select the material you want to make it out of, and then build it. No, not B for up. B for build, capital C for constructions, and then U for up. Mayor injuries. Did I say mayor injuries? I tried to say major injuries. B is not capitalized. If you capitalize the B, you'll get nothing done, Gimper. Lowercase b, uppercase C, U. Oh, I was going to say that would actually be really funny if I said that, Peter. That would be really funny. Also, chat, a little game that we're going to need to check out on the night streams at some point. It's worth pointing out because it's cute looking. This thing. This is Sock Pop Games. So this studio puts out one game every 2 weeks. And they put out a massively multiplayer MUD. So a little text-based dungeon. Apparently there's when I logged in earlier today, there was 11 people online. But yeah, they make a game every 2 weeks, and all of their games are $3. So it's $3.39. Similand is their most well-known thing, which was this little town builder thingy with cards. But this is something that I want to check out. Just kind of a little light MUD. You know, a little text-based MMO. We're going to try that for the late night streams. At some point, I'm going to stream a lot of MUDs once my eyes go fully. That was kind of directed at Norstat. All right. I'm not sure what you mean by I like MUDs, bro, but MUDs are interesting games. You'd be so sloppy. Eh. Also, I would say that I think that the music that I licensed to play while I stream DF, worth the money. Yeah, it was worth it. I think the background music's been good today. Sometimes it kind of cuts off. I need to work on my settings a little bit, I think. MUD is a multi-user dungeon. They're the original MMOs. Basically, they're multiplayer text-based RPGs. Well, Patolis just like suddenly fucking lost it. That kind of sucks. Especially considering Patolis needs to be punished. Patolis was improving too. I'm kind of sad. R.I.P. Patolis. Watching your mother die in front of you is a pretty brutal thing to happen to a child, though. While Patolis was still an infant, his mother got murdered in front of him. You know where you are without seeing? Yeah. No, I mean, as my vision goes, I kind of want to push my stream in three directions. I want to keep going in the traditional roguelike direction. I want to go a little bit further towards MUDs, and I want to focus a little bit more on music, which is kind of part of the reason why I'm so fascinated by physical modular synths, is because just like the hi-fi equipment that I have, it's stuff that I can operate with my eyes shut. And the more my eyes go, the harder playing games is. It's just me planning ahead, that's all. I mean, it's my life, right, Norstat? You know, like I've lived my whole life just kind of knowing that my vision will go one day. Ooh, this is new. The Poet of Phrases is a form of music composed for entertainment originating in the Confederacy of Sport. The form guides musicians during improvised performances. A singer recites nonsensical words and sounds while the music is played on the ini, the three meben and a galon. The musical voices cover the melody and harmony and rhythm. The entire performance accelerates as it proceeds. The singer always does harmony and should be melancholic. The ini always does harmony and should be merry. Each maben always does the main melody and should be merry. The galom always provides the rhythm and should be graceful. The Poet of Phrases has the following structure: an introduction and 3 to 5 unrelated passages. You can't really get an eye transplant. Not really. I mean, you can get a lens transplant. You can't get an eye transplant. And no. Very weird experience. Can I ask how? Not sure. Weird. But no, you can't do an eye not a full eye transplant. They're just playing the music. That's interesting. So somebody from the Confederacy of Sport. Now they're back to the Fuchsia Velvet, which is their favorite. It's interesting seeing dwarves perform human dances and rituals. Which is what that was. The annual tribute from Bastija Smack has arrived because we are now on the 1st of spring. I think somebody just died. Heads up, Stone. Because I'd swear we had... Oh, maybe, you know what, actually? Probably not. Because I'll bet you they're no longer counting Patolus. Unless Patolus snapped out of the melancholy. The group of alchemy in the spring of 116. They brought us 1 gold bar and a rope reed bag. I just realized I didn't make coins last year. Shit. Well, at least that's an easy one. But they brought us gold. No, it's not rose gold. It's just gold. Oh, no. King was found dead. Oh, damn. You know, King killed many dwarves, but did so due to injustices placed against him. I think he was very justified in killing those dwarves. King, I don't know if you're lurking. I see you in the chat, but... Chat, can I get a round of beers for a dwarf who served well in the fortress of Longdeath and did many great things for us and our people? Die well, dwarf. May you sleep with the gods of the earth that you worshipped. I don't actually know if he's got a tomb waiting for him. He should. Wum bum bum. God, that's actually kind of really sad. That's a whole family line gone. He had a son who was killed. He had a wife who was killed. And then he became the captain of the guard and killed many dwarves in the name of the mayor. Really? They were the first people to bring us gold? Wow. I need to find a good new captain of the guard. Supposedly is just placing the item directly in the tomb, so we'll see how this goes. Aw, the lamb that was adopted as a pet has grown to become a ram. That is kind of crazy that they brought us gold, though. Well, it's because obviously they spent, rather than giving us valuable items over the years, they just... You just bought Cyberpunk? If I had an affiliate link to give you, I would give you one. Enjoy Cyberpunk. Also, I was about to ask if there was like a global Cyberpunk emote or if that person just had a Cyberpunk emote. That person just has a Cyberpunk emote. I know a lot of streamers that just took today off because they didn't want to compete with Cyberpunk. Cheers, Norstat. The elves have arrived to trade. I'm looking for store item in tomb. Or rather, place item in tomb. There you are. Come on, Brander. Get this dwarf put in the tomb. God, you're so thirsty. Thanks, Novi. Thanks to everybody chucking channel points and making me take a day off because I need the days off. Oh, you canceled it to go get a drink. You almost made it. Almost. Someone else is coming to get King's corpse. I think that we owe King a gold statue. Thanks, Pero. I mean, I could go get Cyberpunk right now, actually. I could go click like 4 buttons and I would have a key. I just wouldn't stream it, so it wouldn't be right. And I don't feel like it's something I would even enjoy, especially after watching gameplay. Doesn't look like my kind of thing. I'm sure many people will very much enjoy that game. What I'm curious to see is how many Steam reviews it's going to have in the first 5 minutes of it being out. Oh no, Patolus is throwing a tantrum. All right. You know, Peter, how do you feel about Petra being the captain of the guard? Oh, hey, the Game Awards are tomorrow. I can't wait for The Last of Us 2, Part 2, to win everything. All right, well, no, not Narvicious. What? I'm giving it to Petra, because Petra's a mental rock. So Petra is our new captain of the guard. Who's still smelting ore. What, in the Game Awards, Paro? I'm not even going to watch them this time. I might watch the VOD if people say it's worth watching, but it's during my stream. If I didn't normally stream on that day, I would totally watch them, but I don't know. I watched them last year and quite enjoyed them, actually, but this year is just kind of a bit much. It's like I don't know. I don't know. Also, seriously, thank you to everybody who's tuning in and watching. You know, at the end of the day, we have 63 people watching Dwarf Fort, and we haven't been rated or anything today. That's just me, and that's probably one of the nichest streams on Twitch. Hopefully they don't blow up. I don't know what that means. I don't know what Ness and 8 is. Not super into rocket launches myself. I just like hearing that they went well afterwards. But hopefully it goes well. Let's place that gold statue for King. Just because King was a captain of the guard. Thus a dwarf that deserves some kind of recognition. Bet you that statue's going to take them 10,000 years to place because it's going to be so heavy. Really? No one has placed that corpse? Rapid on... okay. I mean, here's the thing. I'm no rocket nerd. There's people who watch the stream that are. You gotta talk to me in normal people terms. You say Rud. I don't know what that means. You say Splosion. I know what that means. So say Splosion, not Rud, because Rud means like... I think runt, like little one. Not fully developed. I don't think in your rocket terms. I used to follow that stuff. I just kind of lost interest when I decided that I really dislike listening to Elon Musk talk. But I doubt there will be an explosion. I mean, come on, when's the last time a frickin' SpaceX rocket blew up? It's been a while. Ponder literature. That's classy. I like it. I'll betcha the door's getting in the way of you getting picked up. Yeah, it's been a while. Also, it feels like there's a launch every 5 days. Like, I swear to God, it's like every 15 minutes that someone's just like, yo, there's a rocket launch happening in like 4 days. And I'm like, yeah, well, okay, cool. I don't know. To me, they all just kind of look the same after a while. Let's turn all that stuff off. I don't know. I very much feel like the minority here because, like, I'm one of the rare people who kind of genuinely doesn't give a shit about the rocket stuff. Like, it's neat, don't get me wrong, but, like... Chimp grew to become a peasant. Welcome to your adult life, Chimp. Like aluminum, cow leather, and gems, and chains, and pigs. Give you animal care. Gem setting and cutting. Leatherworking, stone crafting, and weaving. Well, it's not even that. Like, I think that rocket tech is really cool. I think they should continue working on it, and I think that we should have space programs, multiple space programs, so that they compete and make the space programs better. I don't care about watching rockets launch every day. And I think part of the reason is for me, it's about as interesting now as watching an airplane take off. Like, the first time you ever see an airplane take off as a little kid, it's the coolest fucking thing you've ever seen. For me, the, like... novelty of it wore off after like the 4th time I watched a rocket launch. By the 5th time, I was like, yeah, I've seen this. And every single one since then has been basically the exact same. Yeah, but with the Kerbal Space Program, you built the rockets yourself. You know, I feel like if I lived right next to that, Dunlap, I think I would go nuts and send noise complaints. Like, I don't know if I'd want to live next to that. I would move. I'd be way more interested if they weren't all live streamed. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, it's just another day, another rocket launch kind of deal. Is that body bin? There we go. Sweet. Got the body buried. But yeah, anyway, I don't mean to just kind of shit all over the parade. It's just... whenever someone in chat shouts out a rocket launch, I just always kind of go, how are you not bored of that? All right. Let's trade the elves a single food plot. Also, Christykins, that's not funny, by the way. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Here comes my mayor to trade. I'll just say this. Think about what you're saying before you say it. You know? It's like, yes, I have multiple disabilities. Do you have to just be an ass about it? Like, I'm sorry my eyes don't work super well. I know I didn't see stars until I turned 14 and got glasses that were actually strong enough to see stars. But, like, low-key fuck you on that one. I love just this eagle just hanging out in here that's just like, let me be your pet. But nobody wants a pet eagle. It's kind of sad. I mean, here's the thing. I don't expect all of Twitch chat to have empathy. But I expect my Twitch chat to think before you speak, you know? And if you're saying something that is, hey, this is just directly mean to one person. My chat isn't Baru's chat. My chat isn't Sip's chat. My chat isn't Quill18's chat. If you say something in my chat, it's going to stare at me for the next 10 minutes potentially. Because 1 or 2 people talk per minute in my chat. My chat moves kind of slowly. So if you say something that's tasteless or rude or just kind of mean or if you say something like that, just realize that I get to stare at it for the next 5 to 10 minutes. And just realize that if you say something that is mean or demeaning, I will comment on it. And I will give you my honest opinion on what you said to me. So just, if you're going to say something, make sure you can handle my honest opinion on your shitty joke. A gold statue of King Summer blockades the barricaded General of Straps. An exceptional gold statue of King Summer blockades the barricaded gold statue of Straps. The barricaded General of Straps. This is an exceptionally designed image of King, the dwarf in lead, on a lead statue in gold by Focal Fury. King is raising the lead statue. The artwork relates to the masterful lead statue created by the dwarf King Summer blockades the barricaded General of Straps for the adventure of time at Longdeath in the mid-summer or in the midwinter of 86. That's what happens when you become a legendary dwarf in history. You get a full title. Currently, my mayor doesn't have a title? Huh, I thought you did. I will never go to space. Because of my disabilities. So, yay. Not that I really care to go to space, frankly. Younger, braver, healthier people should go to space. I'll stay on Earth and try and make it a better place. Space is for quitters. They're quitting while the getting is good, right? I mean, if you want to live on Mars, just go to Arizona and remove all of the oxygen. Oh, also, make it very cold instead of very hot. There you go. You're on Mars. Congrats. Oh, shit. We've had some new books written. Sorry, I just realized we've had new books written. Stitchers for Everyone. It's a manual entitled Stitchers for Everyone, authored by Cheers Jamie. It concerns the surgical method of suturing. The writing is has poorly executed humor. It's not awful, but not very good either. And Mastering Beliefs is another one. Written by Trumpet. Wait, hold on a second. This is written on the item is a manual entitled Mastering Beliefs, authored by Lord Fluth, Trumpet Living. It concerns the nature of belief. The writing is stunningly self-indulgent. It's not awful, but not very good either. We have some new books. Against Ignorance. I think Against Ignorance is old. It concerns the value of knowledge, and the writing is quite mocking in tone and is a bit stiff. The prose is not awful, but not very good either. Well, here's the thing, right? If you have plenty of empathy, you should execute on it. If you have empathy, you should work with it. And if you don't want to participate in this chat in a method that is pleasant for everybody involved, why are you here? Am I just some fucking punching bag to you? Or are you here just to mock me? You know, you've been following this channel for a while, so I would think that you would have a little bit of respect for me. And just being mean for the sake of your own self-indulgent fucking humor seems a little low. I expect better. At the end of the day, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Make fun of me. Use me as your punching bag. Do what the fuck you want. I'm not going to think very highly of you, though, and I will mock you for doing it. No, I wouldn't say that, Pero. That's rude on your part. This thing really likes killing pond grabbers. Yeah, generally you don't insult me. EJSA, not EJUSA. Here's the thing. Me and EJ have had beers together at the pub. EJ's a good friend. But we have very different interests. EJ's good people. I love that dude. I love seeing him get excited over things. I don't get excited over rockets. I get excited over other things. Music, notably. Space is indeed interesting. I'm significantly more fascinated about preserving our planet than getting to Mars. Getting to Mars is something that we should do, but I'm much more interested in technology based on preserving the longevity of our species on Earth because, well, I'm never going to go to Mars. I do hope we get to Mars, and I hope we get to Mars soon because we should. But it's just not where my interests are. You're grounded. Go to your room. Go sit in the corner. Never come out. I never leave on you, my room. Joke's on you, friend. Man, they're performing the Poet of Phrases again. How the heck did my dwarves learn music from the Confederacy of Sport? It must have just been the Confederacy of Sport coming here every year, because the royal treasurer always brings an instrument and then they play music. I think that my dwarves have learned human music and dances, chat. I'm pretty certain they have, because they're now performing them independently of the humans being here. That's cool. It kind of is cool, yeah. It's like this slow motion evolution of my fortress. I did indeed bring football hooligan human culture into my fortress, and they are now singing their songs, which is kind of awesome. Hey, Infinity, how we doing? Yeah, the poor little red marble, right? I would actually like to see us get population up on the moon before Mars. It's significantly closer. We can see it. You could do like week-long trips up there. Now they're back to performing the Fuchsia Velvet, the Dwarven classic. I don't know, it just seems much more logical to like just go to the moon to me. It's also a rock that might have water on it. Didn't like they just find water on the moon? I really want them to go up to the moon, find water, and then find bacteria. Like, can we just like go to the moon and find aliens on our own moon? You have to tune in on a desktop PC briefly to do that. Coldfire. Yeah, there's plenty of features that haven't made it to the app yet. The app's like 8 months behind, generally. 8 months to a year behind the rest of Twitch. Like, they only just got polls on the phone app, and it's been a while. Find out what's creating the phosphoring. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah. I also read an article recently about how space, like, 60% of the light in space is coming from nowhere. Like, there is just straight up unaccounted for unknown light coming from space. Like, when you look out into the blackness that is space, a large portion of the light is just coming from question mark? Which is, I think, kind of awesome. Our night sky could be filled with a ringed world. What do you mean by our night sky could be filled with a ringed world? I watched a movie recently about oh, are you saying that we could try and live on Titan? Because that's a ways off. Titan would be much harder to populate than Mars. The best science always comes from my favorite reading, Garthosaurus, was about that study, was essentially just, this makes absolutely no logical sense, but all of their research is sound, so we don't know. Question mark? Where's this light coming from? Yes. I'm glad Ptolus hasn't committed any major crimes. Here, let me grab the article for you, Infinity, if you want to look at it. or reflective space microbes. They're theorizing that there's just like general radioactivity coming from space that's producing light. That's kind of the running theory I've seen in a few places. Extra LED spill from the computer running our simulation. Smile, yes. Yes. You know, I find simulation theory on one hand very cool. On the other hand, completely pointless. It's like, okay, cool. We're living in a simulation. That changes absolutely nothing about my mindset, outlook, thoughts on life. It's exactly the same as current life to me. The only difference is there's a little bit less existential dread and a slight higher feeling of uselessness. It's essentially a non-religious creation theory. I don't even think it's that, but I guess I could see that. All right. Let's bring this creature into the fort. Let's do it. I'd like to know how to access the console commands. Yeah, I'd like to know how to access the console commands and send a like bug report as to why my body is fucked. All right, now we need to wait for our glass boy to come back up. Environment says deep crust. That has been accessed by some gold mines? Huh. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised by that. I didn't know that, but I'm not surprised. It is now summer. Time to catch another forgotten beast, or fucking die trying. Once we wait for the summer to kick in. Now the last lever's been pulled. Now we wait for our glass friend. Alrighty, you glass humanoid, where are you at? Stairs versus ramps? Different use cases. There is no versus. It's like saying hammers versus screwdrivers. They're both tools, and you use them both for different things. I partially just really want us to find alien life. And by that, I mean like very simple alien life, you know? Just like some extremophiles like on the moon or something. And the reason I desperately want to find alien life like that is because I want to be able to prove somebody that I know wrong who insists that there is no other living things in outer space because God didn't tell us that they exist and God made us unique. And I want us to find something super mundane and boring in the form of alien life just so that I can prove that person wrong. I've had this ongoing argument with him for a long time. Just making sure that that forgotten beast isn't dead. Nope. It is not. It is very much alive. Okay, then where the fuck is it? Yeah, we're talking about multi. Hellas phobius mephosito. Do you mind linking it? Yeah, probably. It would just make me feel good. Wave depletion, that's all. Hey, Jess.
Crypt metal, crypt beer, crypt metal, crypt beer, crypt metal, crypt beer.
Hope your stream went okay today. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for a 7th month. Welcome back. Chat, if you guys don't know Jess is part of my stream team. And so that means you need to go check her out.
Whoa, dude,
yeah,
fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Hold on, I need to read this Wikipedia page. Number of other roundworms. I'm disappointed that they don't have photos. Come on, chat. There's what, 60 of us watching at least? Come on. Let's get some beers. Yeah, I don't know where this glass humanoid went. Go pull the lever. Come on, Petra. Wonder where they're headed. They're trying to collect webs. You love that one? I'm glad you like the dwarfs. I'll be honest, I've actually considered like chucking out most of my emotes and swapping them for dwarves. Man, I wanted to catch that forgotten beast today. Oh well. So we've streamed about 4 hours and 45 minutes of Longdeath. I think it's time for us to save and switch games for the evening. I need to use the toilet, but we're going to continue playing some Creeper World. And at the end of Creeper World, we're going to cool off probably with some Minesweeper. So if you're down to just stick around and hang out, you can do that. If you're going to peace out now, I get it. There's always going to be some people who are going to be like, I'm here just for dwarfs, and that's fine. That's fine. But you'll be missing out on some hot, sexy, wet Minesweeper action later today. But we're going to go play some Creeper World. Going to go do a couple missions. I'm going to try and actually finish that game so that one guy in the VODs will stop bitching about me uploading it to YouTube. So yeah, we're going to go try and finish the Creeper World campaign. Yeah. But till then, I'm going to go quickly use the toilet. And then we'll get to it. BRB.